A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Snow by Thursday, David?
Oh, sure. I can smell the snow in the air now.
Smell it how?
With my nose.
But you can't smell snow, can you?
You can't smell snow. Well, that's a sacrilege. Can't you taste it either?
No, my mouth's full of toast.
Well, stick your head out of the window after breakfast and find out for yourself. But I guarantee you it will snow by night.
I hope you're right.
Doubting Thomas. Here, Thomas, give me another cup of coffee.
All right, Thomas. David, it's your third cup.
Any objections?
Of course not. David, how soon do you think we'll go to Chicago?
Oh, a few weeks after the New Year, probably.
So soon?
That's at least a month from now, darling.
A month's awfully short, David. Remember, December and January have the shortest days.
But they have more of them. 31.
30 days has September?
Maybe it won't be so soon. I really don't know when Mr. Carrington will be ready to get this freight terminal project underway. But I've got an idea he's an impatient man.
Well, I'll be ready when he is, and when you are. If we just have a snowy Christmas in New York, any time after that'll be all right, darling. What are you looking for?
Matches. Have you got any?
I put some on the table with the orange juice. Look under that saucer that's tilting.
Oh, yes, here they are.
Honestly, we use up more matches. It's that pipe of yours.
Do you begrudge me my pipe?
No, oh no, why should I? You only spend half your life polishing it or scraping it or looking for it or lighting it. It keeps you so busy you hardly have a chance to smoke it even.
Well, a pipe needs a lot of attention. A pipe is like a woman.
This woman sometimes wishes she were your pipe.
Come here. I'll polish you up a little.
I don't trust you.
All right. Stay where you are.
All right, here I am. I like being polished.
Now, Skadoodle, I want to light my pipe.
See what I mean?
This dang pipe.
What's the matter with it?
Who said anything was the matter with it?
Nobody. Only you practically just broke its head on the table.
It's bold, darling. How many times do I have to tell you it's bold?
It's bold. What's the matter with it?
It doesn't draw.
Is that all? Maybe something stuck in it.
For instance?
Tobacco?
Oh, brilliant.
Is this your good pipe?
No, my good pipe is broken.
And this must be its mate. It's broken, too.
Are you starting to sound like a broken record?
Haven't you got a pipe that works?
Well, I haven't had time to put them into shape. All they need is a little fixing up.
You say a pipe is like a woman, don't you? Would you bother with a woman for 5 minutes if she was always broken and useless and lying around collecting dust?
What are you driving at?
Answer my question, would you?
Well, this woman you're talking about is obviously not my kind of woman.
Then these are obviously not your kind of pipe. David, why don't you throw all your old pipes out the window or make a fire of them? Get yourself a new one?
Darling, it's not so easy to get a new pipe. After all, it took me a dozen years to find you. If I threw you out the window or set you on fire, it might take me a dozen more years to find a new wife that would suit me.
Do I suit you?
Tailor-made. Perfect.
That's nice.
And that's the way I feel about my pipes, thank you.
You're welcome. David, where do you buy your pipes?
Well, not in a drugstore.
I think that your devotion to a pipe is completely blind. You just love it because you have it.
Then I just love you because I have you. Come over here.
It's nice to be your pipe. I mean your wife.
Claudia, where are you dragging me in these crowds?
I'm going to buy David a new woman.
What?
I mean a pipe, same thing.
What?
What? What's the matter with buying him a pipe? His good one is broken. He doesn't like any of his others.
But you don't know anything about them.
I found out everything I have to know this morning.
For instance?
You don't have to know anything. It's all a matter of instinct.
David's instinct.
I've got instinct, too.
Well, you don't have to be so proud of it. So do animals. Where are we going to this pipe?
To a pipe store.
Really? Which pipe store?
It's right on this next block. English and very swanky. I got the name out of David's tobacco.
That was very clever of you. What's the name of this place?
Lang Hill. Look out, Mama! Honest, you want to get killed?
I haven't been killed so far crossing streets. Claudia, let go of my arm.
Well, there's a store on the corner.
Ooh, looks very expensive, doesn't it?
What do you suppose a good pipe costs?
I don't know. $3? Or maybe 5 or 8.
That much?
Well, it does sound like a lot, but it lasts a long time.
That's true. And David gets very devoted to it. Still, Mama, look at all the pipes in the window. Aren't they stunning?
Well,
you don't sound as if you're going to enjoy this.
I just have a feeling that
what?
That I'm going to wish David smoked cigarettes.
Not me. I'm glad he smokes a pipe. Come on in.
Good afternoon, madam. Can I be of assistance to you?
I want to buy a pipe.
Right over this way, please.
Go on, Claudia. You're in here now. Go on.
He acts as if the last woman who was in this store was Eve.
And you know what happened to her.
What?
Right over here, madam, please. We have quite a varied assortment.
Mama, which one would he like best?
You're married to him, not me.
He has both.
Long stem or short stem?
Oh, dear.
Round bowl or deep bowl?
I don't know.
Dark wood or light wood?
Mama, help me.
Claudia, I warned you.
Are they guaranteed like fountain pens?
They need no guarantee. They are Lang Hill pipes.
Oh. I didn't know buying a pipe could be so complicated. Oh, I wish I were a man for once.
I see what you mean.
At a man's point of view. The clerk wasn't any help at all. Mama, if I bring home the wrong pipe...
David will still love you.
Oh, he'll love me all right. But he'll think I'm a clot.
Something new, of course.
Mama, look at that man over there.
What about him?
He's smoking a pipe.
So?
He looks very distinguished. Like C. Aubrey Smith. I bet he'd know what pipe David'd want. The way he smokes a pipe, it looks like it grew in his face.
What do you intend to do? Read his mind?
No, but
Claudia, whatever you're thinking, forget it.
Wouldn't hurt to ask, would it?
Ask him? Have you gone mad?
I'm just trying to be practical. He looks very nice and understanding. Sort of the way David might look when he grows older.
Much older. Claudia, where are you going? Come back here. Oh, that child.
Excuse me, but could I...
Yes?
Could I ask you for some advice on a very important matter?
Why, of course. What is it?
It's about a pipe for my husband.
Pipe for your husband?
Yes.
The first Christmas present. It's very important.
How did you know? I mean, that it was the first.
You're very young, my dear. Now, what's the problem?
Well, you see, I don't know which one to choose.
That is a problem. Where are these pipes?
Right over there with my mother.
Oh, let me see. Suppose you tell me what your husband is like.
Well, he's very tall. Almost as tall as you are.
Well, then we don't want too small a pipe.
And he's...
Very handsome. I know.
Well, I think he is. Mama, we've got some help.
You'll have to excuse my daughter, but...
Not at all. I'm delighted. So he's very tall and very handsome and...
Oh, and he's an architect, I forgot to tell you. And he's got a square jaw.
The two match very well, I'd say. And I'd say that your husband might favor a straight stem.
You do? You think he'd like a straight stem?
Straight stem. Now, let me see. The bowl.
Oh, there's something else I forgot to tell you. David always taps the bowl on the table. Oh, and he rubs it up against his nose to polish it. And, he's forever pressing the coals down with his fingers. I don't see why he doesn't burn himself.
Why, young lady, you're quite a professional about pipes.
Well, I have picked up a few things. You can't help it when you...
When you love the man who smokes the pipe.
Yes. I never noticed pipes before I was married. I hardly even knew they existed.
Well, from the image you've given me of both of you, I'd say he'd like a tall bowl. Deep and well-shaped and generous.
Do you know what you've done?
Described your husband to you.
You've described him perfectly. It's almost as if you knew him.
Not very difficult. You've allowed me to see through your eyes.
Oh, that...
You've allowed me to see a good many things. I knew a boy once, very much like your husband. He was a fine boy.
He must have been.
He'd been a fine man, too. Oh, Mr. Fleming, I wonder if you could come over here a moment, will you?
Yes, Mr. Cavendish.
Give this young lady a jar of my mixture.
It's a heavy blend.
Yes, and with an extra pinch of Turkish in it.
I'll order it right away, sir.
That was very good of you, sir. I feel embarrassed. You've been so kind.
Not at all. This boy I knew, it was his blend of tobacco. Just tell your husband it's from an admirer.
I'll tell him, Mr. Cavendish.
And I think this is the pipe for him. It's a good dark briar with a fine grain. He'll like it very much.
I'm sure he will.
We don't know how to thank you.
Please don't. It's been so very nice having a glimpse into your daughter's hearth. It's warm and cheery, and there's a good fire burning there. Thank you for asking my advice, young lady.
I want to thank you, Mr. Cavendish. I want to thank you very much.
Oh, it's I who should thank you. You've given me a very rare and unexpected pleasure. Give your husband my best wishes, and a very happy Christmas to you both.
Oh, and a very Merry Christmas to you, Mr. Cavendish. Oh, Mama. He must once have been very happily married.
Why do you say that?
Because I think he's all alone now. I think he's lost his son, too. Mama, I have a feeling David will love this pipe.
I have a feeling that it will be his favorite pipe.
A good dark briar, with a fine grain and a tall bowl, deep and well-shaped and generous. Mama, would you mind waiting here for a moment?
Where on earth are you going?
To telephone. I'll be back in a minute, but I just want to telephone to David.
Oh.
I just want to hear his voice. You know, sometimes it's frightening to be so much in love.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. When you say welcome, what you're really saying is, it's well that you came. You can express the same thought without using words at all, just by bringing out a tray of ice-cold Coca-Cola. That says, glad you came, and more. Its frosty refreshment is a silent invitation to pause, relax, and make yourself at home. Have you plenty of this welcome refreshment on ice for Christmas entertaining? Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Casey, press photographer. Out of a big city's roaring life, out of a great newspaper's pounding heart, come the exciting adventures of a man with a camera. Flash Gun Casey, press photographer. Columbia presents a new adventure character, Flash Gun Casey, press photographer. Tough, daring, typical of the men who often risk their lives so that you may see the news as well as read it. Their salaries are not large, and they seldom get much credit. But their lives are packed with danger and thrills. Tonight and every Wednesday night at this time, Columbia invites you to follow the story of Flash Gun Casey and the people who pass in swift-moving parade before the shutters of his camera. Tonight's story, The Case of the Switched Plate. The clock in the tower of the Express building reads exactly 7 p.m. In the city room, Ed Burke, the night city editor, is arguing with Casey, a tall, powerfully built man who is carrying a plate case and a camera.
Quit griping, Casey. You got your pictures, I'll go develop them.
Okay, but for the last time, don't send me to any more weddings. I hate weddings.
Tell me that when you marry.
That day ever arrives, I'll see that it's a private one, not an Easter parade.
Not a big shot there, huh?
Stage, screen, and radio. I was knee-deep in celebrity.
Did Ann Williams cover the story okay?
I guess so. My job was to take pictures of the clam bake, not to write about it.
Many a guy would give a month's salary to be in the same room with Gloria Dolores.
Ouch.
What's the matter now?
That name, Gloria Dolores. I wonder who dug that one up.
Miss Dolores is one of our most famous movie stars.
With all that's going on in the world today, a mere wedding is unimportant.
Whenever a woman like Miss Dolores gets married, it's not a mere wedding. And I hope you got some good shots.
White satin and orchids fairly drip from the lens.
And the Express would like to use those pictures sometime tonight, if you don't mind.
Okay, but if the public never sees it...
Story in the Dolores wedding, Mr. Gale.
Thanks, Ann.
That's what I mean. The story of the Dolores one. The poor guy doesn't count. Already he's missed the Dolores.
How did the pictures turn out?
He wouldn't know. He's been too busy arguing against that wonderful institution known as marriage.
I'm not arguing against it. I only say send someone else when our dear paper wants pictures of the happy dear paper.
We'll cover a lot of assignments like the Dolores wedding.
That doesn't mean I'll have to like him any better.
You mean you'd rather be taking pictures of Thompson?
Are you kidding?
But Miss Dolores did look sweet, didn't she? Did look
Yeah.
sweet.
And so did the groom, Mr. Dolores. Knocking at my door. Well, come on in, William. Hey, not so wide. You're letting in too much light.
Oh, sorry. I can hear.
That's why they call it dark.
Really? How did you Sonny?
I just put them in the suit. Faces and figures should be showing any moment now.
And the Dolores said, I'd do anything to look like that.
You hold your own.
Listen.
And stop whispering. I don't know why everyone does that when they come into one of these rooms. See, you won't like it. They'll develop...
Oh, okay, Mr. Casey.
Hey,
Okay.
wait a minute, my ear.
This business. He has a marvelous smile, hasn't he?
Did you say so? There's $100 million up. Hey, what's this?
Whatever it is, it's not a wedding.
Oh, looks like a workshop.
Look, here's another one. A long room filled with odd-looking machines.
Yeah. Here's a close-up of one. I never took these. How'd they get in my camera?
Somebody took them.
Yeah. Well, get this. Some guy running... Well, he's running right toward the lens.
Yeah, he looks mad.
Uh-oh.
Recognize it?
No, but I do everything else. Or I think I do. These pictures are of the Hartley Laboratory.
Oh, he's the inventor, isn't he?
One of the greatest. He's a regular estate. 6 or 7 buildings on the place. Conducts all his experiments there. This looks like a machine shop.
I suppose a lot of people would like to nose around there.
You can say that again. But they're not allowed to. Their work is done in secrecy. Hartley even has his own private guard. They won't allow a camera within a mile of the place.
I send the guy to take pictures of a wedding, and he comes back with the Hartley Laboratory.
But I tell you, I never took those shots. You think I'm crazy?
I know. And the ones of the wedding, you didn't take those either.
No, someone picked up my plate case by mistake. I got his. See? It's almost exactly like mine.
The gentleman was very careless.
It was a natural mistake. Why, we were stumbling over each other. That shindig was represented by every news photographer in town.
Not forgetting the ones from the magazine.
Yeah.
Well, whoever he is, I'm glad he didn't hold the laboratories to an exclusive. At least he took some pictures of the wedding, too. Well, we'll have to run them. I doubt if that plate case of yours will ever turn up.
I'll get it back.
You're lucky you didn't walk off with your camera.
And that must be like mine, too. Hey, look, Burke, this is serious. The guy who took these pictures had no right being on that property.
I suppose I don't know that.
Well, what's so funny?
I'm thinking how surprised the guy was when he developed your pictures. All that glamour and no machine.
You know, what I can't understand is this man here. He's running right toward the camera.
Yes, that is odd. It looks as though he... Hey, wait a minute. Who were you near at the wedding, Casey?
I've been trying to think. Blake of the Star was a good man.
Yeah.
Raymond of the Inquirer. John's a fashion magazine.
Mm-hmm.
The four of us sort of stuck together, moving around, taking shots of the other celebrities as well. Oh, but it couldn't be one of them.
Why not?
I've known them for years. They wouldn't take a chance like that.
Some guys that sell their souls for a little dough. I'll take this. Burke speaking. Yeah? What? That's very interesting. About 6 hours ago, eh? Thanks. Okay, I'll switch you to a rewrite. Dixon, take this. That was Kelly.
Our Kelly, who covers the police?
Yeah. They just found a plainclothes guard out of the Hartley Laboratories. 2 bullets in his chest. Killed about 6 hours ago. Does that mean anything to you, Casey?
Yeah, it does now. He's the guy here in the picture. He was running to stop that camera. And in the excitement, our photographer got him on the film before he shot him.
Yeah, that's the way it adds up. Well, get out there and see if we're right. And check on your friends, Blake, Raymond, and Johns. And be careful. It'll be much easier for him to finish off his second victim. And from where I sit, you look like the next prospect. What a beautiful woman. Miss Dolores looks extremely lovely. The guests charming. The ballroom and tables beautifully decorated. But I can't see where any of it helps me.
But I've explained, Mr. Koch. I never took those pictures.
Then who did?
Well, I don't know.
I suppose you do know that he has the ones you took.
Well, he must have.
Like these, no doubt, developed by him.
I don't remember my plate case being out of my hands for a moment.
A moment would be enough.
Well, there's no way they can trace it to me. I'm safe.
Are you? Bit of a long time to arrange getting a man in there. I mean, at a time when he could work with a camera and not be interrupted. That opportunity won't come again.
And I suppose it's useless to ask for money?
Quite, you failed. Well, I greatly appreciate looking at this very lovely actress. I would much more appreciate looking at the photographs you lost. Especially the ones of that new fog-penetrating machine. I know 2 corporations that pay $100,000 for that.
I've never failed before.
And you've always been paid before. I was listening to my radio just before you came in. You know the guard that you eliminated has been found?
He came out of nowhere, running toward me.
And you stopped his running?
Yes, I had to. I think his picture's on one of the plates.
Very clever. Do you always photograph your victims before doing away with them?
I never killed anybody before.
Please, what the harsh word.
Well, I never did. I didn't think I'd ever have to.
First one does leave you a trackless shaking. After that, you become used. But if you'd brought the photograph directly to me...
But I had to be at that wedding, Mr. Koch. As it was, I'd barely made it.
Yes, of course, your job, which is such a wonderful blind. Tell me, how did it feel walking into all that luxury immediately after disposing of the lamp? Blood in that circuit, Patterson. Circuit, Patterson. Circuit, Patterson. I wonder what your employers would do if they even dreamed of the pictures you sometimes take with their camera.
Remember, that was my idea. The same camera for both my ordinary work and the work I do for you. That way no one will ever become suspicious.
No?
I don't doubt that someone is at this very moment. And he knows that the photographer is not only a thief, but also, shall we say, someone who doesn't hesitate to stop another breather.
Hey, you're right. But how's he going to know it's me?
Well, maybe he won't, but if one of your picture-taking friends should start to ask questions, no matter how subtly put, be careful.
I will.
And if he should become too inquisitive, you can always handle him as you did the guard. Yes, when that gentleman makes his appearance, remember, he's the man who has your bag. And you've been left holding one.
It was the same guy, all right. The murderer rolled his body against the wall and put a machine cover over him.
Now, wait. They didn't let you in, did they?
No, but I talked to the man who found him. Also to a couple of Logan's men.
Who's Logan?
Lieutenant Logan of the homicide squad.
Oh. Did you tell them about the pictures?
Yeah. And every photographer I could think of who covered the wedding. I left the plate case with them. I'll try to trace it.
A lot of good that'll do.
Yeah, there's thousands of those cases.
What about your pals, Blake, Raymond, and Johns?
They're not pals. These guys I bump into making the round.
But you've known them a long time.
Yeah.
Well, what do you really know about them?
They all have cameras and plate cases like mine.
I mean personal.
That's personal.
Now, look, this is no time
All
for...
right.
If you two feel like using some stronger language, I can always leave the room.
Oh, forget it, Williams, forget it.
Blake is married. He has 2 kids. I found him at home reading Our Hearts Were Young and Gay.
I wish ours were. Well, go on.
He was sort of surprised to see me, as I don't usually make those little social visits.
We know you're strictly a nightclub guy.
Quiet. Anyway, I asked him what he'd been doing before the wedding.
With finesse, I hope.
I'm always stuck.
Yeah, like a tank. And what was Mr. Blake doing?
Roaming around.
Oh, fine.
You see, that guard was murdered around 2 o'clock. The wedding took place at 3. The reception at 4. So the guy
You don't have to draw a blueprint. Where did you find Raymond of the Empire?
At a bar?
With a blonde.
No, redhead.
Not
the one you know, Bert.
Oh.
There are a lot of redheads in the world.
And what had he been doing prior to 3 o'clock?
Roaming around.
That's just dandy. Just dandy. And Johns of the fashion magazine.
Also found at a bar. The one at the fantasy club.
Alone.
Yeah, but his girlfriend works there. And early this afternoon...
Now, wait. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. He was roaming around.
Right.
Not an alibi in the bunch.
I still can't believe one of them did it. It must be. Well, I found 2 of them at bars, and that's where I'm going.
Can I tag along, Casey?
Why not?
Can I tag along, Casey?
Why not?
Down the Blue Note, huh?
Yeah.
Where's that?
It's a musician.
Where's that?
It's a musician's hangout. Casey always goes there when he wants to think. They have a piano player there. With his nerve.
And sometimes helps me solve the problem.
Well, I hope he can help you with this one. And you'd better warn Williams about that bartender.
Yeah. His name is Ethelbert. And he reads the Atlantic Monthly in Lord's Unsaning. And he's tough. Sometimes he has to be the bouncer, but you'll enjoy him.
I expected to hear a jam session going on.
It's only 11:30. The musicians don't roll in here until they're through work.
Oh.
Want to sit at the bar?
Fine.
Ethelbert, put down that New Republic and give us some service.
Hiya, Flash Gun.
Service.
New Republic? Look.
One world. How do you find it?
Great. It says here on page...
I've read the book.
But maybe it didn't absorb it.
I did. It's excellent. Hey, what are you looking at? You ever see a pretty girl before?
Not that pretty.
Well, thank you, Ethelbert.
This is Ann Williams, Ethelbert. She is new on the Express. I'm showing her the site.
Fill a V.
Beer. Williams?
Same.
2 beers.
I'm surprised that you find time to read a book.
Yeah. Right now I'm surprised, but not about that. Blake, Raymond, or John. Has to be one of them, but why?
Well, what they were after must be worth a fortune.
Yeah, they wouldn't talk about it out there today.
2 beers, no heads on them.
Thanks, Ethelbert.
What'd you think of Thomas Paine, Flash Gun?
He was a very great man.
Yeah. Quote, "These are the times which try men's souls." Unquote. I know all about Thomas Paine, Miss Williams.
I'm going over the piano. Want to come along?
Listen, Flash Gun.
It's not that I don't want to lend you an ear, Ethelbert, but I have a lot on my mind. Maybe Ernie and his music can help straighten me out.
Well, I'll stay put and hear about the famous revolutionary figure.
Thanks, Miss Williams.
I said you'd enjoy it.
As you no doubt know, Miss Williams, Thomas Paine was not a...
Hello, Ernie.
Hiya.
Slow night?
Not too good. What's on your mind?
Plenty.
Anything you'd like to hear?
Nope. As long as you stick to the old ones.
We agree on that. Remember this one?
Yeah, sure. Confession.
Uh-huh.
The late 20s. Maybe earlier.
That's right.
Well, that world's gone.
Yep. But we still have the song.
Yeah. And sometimes that's all we have.
Pretty girl you left at the bar.
Yeah. Ann Williams, reporter. Only been in town a few weeks.
Thinking, aren't you?
And getting nowhere fast.
Want to talk about it?
I can't.
Nicest looking girl I've ever seen you with. You ought to marry, Casey.
How about yourself?
I tried it once.
And?
She left me.
Just like that?
Just like that. You see, I didn't make enough money. She wanted too much.
And, she met a guy who had it?
That's right. Yeah, funny the way a guy thinks when he's losing a woman. There's nothing he wouldn't do for her. To give her the things she wants, he'd almost commit murder.
Some guys do.
Yeah. What's the matter, Casey? Did I say something?
I think you did.
You going?
Yeah. And thanks, Ernie. You've been a great help. I may see you later on.
As I was saying, Miss Williams, sometimes I have to throw a guy out, but it ain't like it was in the old days.
No?
No. Then they threw me out.
Look, Williams, I better run along. You go back to the office and tell Burke I'll see him in an hour or so.
Where are you going?
To see a dame at the Fantasy Club, and you can't come. Ethelbert, Williams will pay for my beer. Okay, Ma. Turn your head a little to the left. That's it. Hold it now.
Oh, I closed my eyes.
You only thought so. Anyway, we'll take another one to make sure.
All right. I'm awfully glad you dropped around, Kate.
So am I.
I saw you sitting at the table out front while I was doing my number. I didn't think you came to take my picture.
Of course, it's no novelty for you to have your picture taken. You sit for Hal a lot.
Mm-hmm. Once a week regularly.
It must be love.
Oh, it's still nice to have someone else photograph me. How's this?
There?
Oh, not as attractive as Mr. Lawrence?
Oh, you're a different type.
Hal tells me it was quite a wedding.
Yeah. Were you with Hal before he went to it?
No, he was working.
I know, but, I thought you might have had lunch together.
Not today. This better?
Yeah, fine. But, don't cross your legs.
Oh.
And don't smile. We'll make this one sort of, pensive.
Oh, I couldn't look pensive if I tried.
Think of green fields and moonlight nights.
All right, but I still won't look pensive.
Hold it. That does it. Look for them in the express.
How many to take altogether?
7.
Can I have a set?
Sure. I'll drop them over to the towers. That's where you live, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Expensive.
Perhaps we could have lunch together.
And get Hal sorting it.
We wouldn't have to have lunch there.
As far as that goes, we could have it here.
Yeah.
I never thought the Fantasy Club would have dressing rooms like this. This dressing room looks more like an apartment.
Just a few personal touches that I've added.
Just a few personal touches.
Mm-hmm.
Very elaborate. And those rocks I've been photographing on your lovely arms. They almost reach the elbows. They're real, I imagine.
Everything I wear is real.
I noticed that mink you were sporting around this past winter.
Do you like it?
Swell. Those foxes over there are nice, too. Oh, gosh, it must be great to have an income.
Are you kidding?
Well, you don't buy those things singing at nightclubs.
At least not one like this.
Why do you work in a nightclub, Ma? Apparently you don't have to.
Well, I like to be seen, and it's something to do. I don't have to tell you I'm not much as a singer.
But you're really something to look at.
Oh, thanks. Then, we have a date for lunch?
If it weren't for Hal, I wouldn't hesitate a moment.
Oh, forget Hal.
I'd like to marry sometime. How long have you two been going together?
Almost 2 years.
That's amazing.
Why? He's very generous.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like to live well. You don't know what it is not to have anything.
Oh, don't I?
I'd rather be dead than to live like some people.
Nothing but the best for you, huh, Mary?
Oh. Don't you think I deserve it?
Mm-hmm. But so do thousands of other girls in the world. There are girls who haven't even enough to eat.
Are you giving me a lecture?
No, but that's why we're not going to have lunch together. You are too expensive for me.
Perhaps to you, I wouldn't be too expensive.
It wouldn't last. You'd miss those lovely gifts that Hal passes out.
I still don't see any reason why we shouldn't see each other once in a while.
By the way, where is Hal?
Oh, he usually drops in around this time. Shall I tell him you were here?
Well, why not?
Would you like to wait for him?
No, I'll run along. I think I'll develop these pictures tonight.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The Express thanks you, and I thank you.
Do you think one of them might be on the theatrical page tomorrow?
The theatrical page? You underrate old Casey. There's a possibility you'll find one on the front page. So long. Hiya, Benny. Any payphones here?
Yeah, two of them. Over there by the section.
Oh, thanks.
Burke speaking.
Hello, Bert.
Casey, what do you think we're printing? The Boy's Companion? Where are you?
Phone booth at Benny's Fantasy Club. I just got some shots for the morning papers. And if I were you, I'd leave plenty of space on the front page.
Well, you'd better get back here with something soon, or I'll hold a 4-line spread in the obituary for you. What are the pictures? And what's suspected to have the benefit of your latest brainwave?
I just shot some pictures of the suspect's girlfriend. I'm on my way down to develop them. Now, unless I miss my guess, you'll be writing to the end of this story in tomorrow's paper. And by the way, you'd better get one of Logan's men down there. The way things look right now, Oh, hold on a minute. Here comes our friend. I think he's going to make a call in the booth next to me. Maybe I can catch part of it. Hold it.
Hello, Mr. Cox. He talked to me earlier tonight, and then took some pictures of Mary. For his paper, he told me. But why at 1 in the morning? No, I'm certain he's the one. Okay. Yeah, I'll be careful. Where'll I come for the money? Above your antique shop on Sedgwick Avenue. You mean I've got to take care of him tonight? What do you think I'm made of? It was only this afternoon that I know, Mr. Cox, but I never expected that to happen. All right. You think so? I'll do it tonight. Now.
Hello, Brick. Did you hear that?
You moronic offspring of a printer's devil. You had your hand over that mouthpiece.
Of course I had my hand over the mouthpiece. Think I want you to take all the credit? Now get this. Send several of Logan's men over to Koch's antique shop on Sedgwick Avenue. Mr. Koch will be in the apartment upstairs. Pick him up. And I may need one of Logan's men while I'm developing these pictures.
After all the runaround you've given Logan, you know how he'll feel about sending a man out to protect you.
Okay, but you know what happens to your story if they miss Koch and our friend gets me?
Well, Logan will probably take that chance, but I'll ask him. And I doubt if a man could have time to get here anyway.
If that's the way it is, maybe you better frame that obituary in purple satin under glass. For me. So long. Very dark, and Casey's in the dark, and this isn't the love. You're letting in a lot of light, Hal.
Afraid it'll spoil Mara's pictures?
Yeah. You want to see him?
No.
Why turn on the light?
I might miss you in the dark.
You seem to know your way around. What'd you do? Come up the back stairs?
I've been in the express building before.
Lonely at 2 in the morning, isn't it? Man, it's pretty steady.
So you finally noticed what it's holding?
I noticed it when you first opened the door. But, relax. Relax, Hal. We're old friends. John's the fashion magazine and Casey the Express. Just a couple of guys around town.
Cut it.
Got the same gun you used on the guard?
In one respect, it doesn't make much noise.
I see.
What made you suspect me, Casey?
I could have sworn that was coming. Why is it that all criminals insist on knowing why they were suspected? Well, if it'll gladden your heart any, I'll tell you. It was a piano player. He said something which made me think of you and Mara. Then I thought of your salary as a photographer.
You made a mistake when you went back to the fantasy club the second time, Casey. You shouldn't have tried to pump Mara.
Doesn't she know what you're doing?
No.
Where'd you think the money came from?
She never asked.
Just as long as it came in, huh? But I don't think it was a mistake. I gambled that Mara would repeat our conversation word for word, except the part where I wouldn't take her to lunch.
You're right.
Oh, no. Incidentally, the police picked up a friend of yours about 15 minutes ago. Named of Koch. Antique dealer over on the east side. Oh, I see that one hit home, huh? Well, you're all through, Hal.
Later, maybe, but right now you are.
Easy on the trigger finger. You should hear it all. The big mistake is yours in coming here. I never had any evidence against you. Any real evidence. But I have now.
You'll never use it.
I've already used it. It's been used right now. You walk in this room staring straight at me with a gun in your hand. You should have looked behind the door. There's been a witness in this room all the time. In fact, right behind you now.
You think I'd fall for that whole gag?
It's not a gag.
You must think I'm dumb.
I guess you heard enough. Okay, have Logan come in.
You'll be dead when he gets here.
Ann, where did you get that blackjack?
From Ethelbert. Quote, he who gets sucked over the beam is easy to arrest. Unquote.
Put down that American Mercury, Ethelbert, and draw me a beer.
It's not the American Mercury. It's...
I know. It's still one world.
Hiya, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert. Oh, thanks for the loan of persuading.
That's all right. She was really worried when you tore out of here, Casey.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Been busy, Ethelbert?
I had to break away from this book for a while tonight, but I managed to sandwich in a very interesting article.
Would you mind drawing my beer for me, Ethelbert? I want to sit over by Ernie and listen to a couple of numbers.
Not at all. But this article was about guys who steal industrial designs by photographing them. And you know what I think?
What?
Well, just for a starter, understand, they all ought to be socked over the head, but hard. Quote, he who gets clunked over the conch is out of commission and easy to put in the clink. Unquote.
Please, Ethelbert, our beer.
Yes, Ethelbert, our beer. And this time be sure he pays for it.
You've been listening to Flash Gun Casey, Press Photographer, the first of a new series of adventure programs based on the fiction character created by George Harmon Cox. This series is written by Ashley Buck in collaboration with Mr. Cox. The program tonight was directed by Albert Ward and produced for Columbia by Chester Rainier. Join us again next Wednesday night at this same time for another swift-moving story of a press photographer, Flash Gun Casey. The adventure, Murder Off the Record. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Mr. Smith's hat. Yes, we have that crime club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Mr. Smith's Hat by Helen Riley. A very intriguing story of a finger that puts its print on death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was a bad day for New York City, the worst in a 3-week period of early summer heat. And Inspector Christopher McKee was in his office at the Center Street Police Headquarters when the telephone rang.
Yes, Inspector McKee talking, homicide.
Yes, I was just going to talk to you about that.
What?
Homicide. How'd you like to meet a freshly made corpse?
Go ahead, mister.
Well, go to 1142 West 16th Street, Gilbert Shannon's apartment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not there now, but don't worry. You'll find me waiting for you.
What's your name?
Gilbert Shannon.
Well, I'll be of all the days to be hung up by a lunatic.
Yes, Inspector McKee.
Cassidy, get the local precinct for West 16th Street. I want them to check on a nut.
Yes, sir.
Hold a minute. Inspector McKee, homicide.
Inspector, my father's been killed. Murdered.
Mm-hmm. All right, lady, give me the facts. Name, please.
Gilbert Shannon, 1142 West 16th Street.
What's that?
1142 West 16th Street. I just found him lying on the floor in a pool of blood.
Your name, please.
Julie, will you please send someone over here right away, please? Please?
Yes. Cassidy.
Yes, Inspector.
Never mind calling the local precinct. Get the medical examiner and order my car. I'm going up to that place myself.
I walked in, Inspector. Dad never bothered to lock the door. He didn't believe he had anything worth stealing, except a lot of unpaid bills.
And empty whiskey bottles, Miss Shannon, all over the place.
We pleaded with him to give up this dingy apartment. Oliver and I begged him.
Who's Oliver?
My uncle, Inspector. Oliver Gould.
The utilities man?
Mm-hmm. Since my mother died 2 years ago, I've been living with him and Tamsin, his wife, in their big house on East 54th Street.
Mm.
They wanted Dad to stay there, too, but he was stubborn.
Why?
He didn't want charity. He wouldn't let anyone help him. Not even Santos DeMora, his oldest friend. Not even me, his own daughter.
I seem to have enough money for liquor, Miss Shannon.
That wasn't very often. You see, Dad was a writer. Popular magazine stories. Sometimes he sold one. Then he...
Yeah, I know. Must have been pretty tough on you and your mother. Well, let's see what happened here. Gilbert Shannon was sitting at that desk, working, his back to the door, when someone came in and cracked him on the skull with a blunt instrument. Not once, but 6 times.
Please, Inspector.
I'm sorry. It was a vicious crime done by a vicious person. Someone who feared or hated your father.
But I don't know if anyone...
It was also someone your father trusted and was expecting.
What?
The blows were all on the back of the head. In other words, when Gilbert Shannon's killer opened that door, your father knew who it was. He didn't turn around, but kept right on working.
Inspector McKee, do you realize what you're saying?
I always do, Miss Shannon.
But it's crazy. Why, Dad's friends were the best in the world. They were always trying to do things for him. I can't think of
Know
one...
thine enemies, but beware of thy friends. A wise old saying, young lady. And in some cases of murder, I've known it to apply to relatives, too. Let's go.
Where are you taking me?
Home. I'd like to meet Oliver and Tamsin Galt and Santos DeMora, and maybe a man who commits murder and then likes to play ghost.
Julie, I think you ought to go upstairs and lie down.
I don't feel like it, Tamsin.
But she is so right, Julie, my dear. It is no good for you to hear all this talk about murder.
Please, Santos.
Like Gilbert, she is so obstinate.
Inspector McKee, you haven't answered my question.
Your question, Mr. Galt?
About the newspapers.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What do you want me to do?
Keep this matter private.
Why?
My position, of course. I'm vice president of Eastern Utilities. I don't want a scandal.
What What are you afraid of?
Gilbert Shannon was my brother-in-law. He was married to my sister.
You haven't answered my question, Mr. Galt.
I don't want his private life made public. It wasn't clean.
Oliver.
Well, Julie, let's face it. We've been ashamed of him for a long time, long before your mother died. Now, why should I be punished for his mistakes?
He never did anything to hurt you. He wouldn't even take your pity.
Now, there, Julie. Oliver didn't mean what he said.
Well, Inspector?
I make no promises. As an old-time citizen, I think it's bad business to interfere with the press.
But my reputation...
We'll worry about that later. Where were you this afternoon?
At my office.
Every minute?
Until 12:15. Then I had lunch, and after that... Now, look here, Inspector...
After lunch, Mr. Galt?
I went for a walk.
A long walk?
I was back at my office at 2:15.
Mm-hmm. Shannon was killed between 12:30 and 2.
Inspector McKee, if you were intimating that
How about you, Mrs. Galt? Where were you?
On Fifth Avenue, shopping.
Buy anything?
No.
Meet anyone?
No.
Inspector, I thought you said the murderer was a man.
Oh, did I? Never take a policeman literally, Miss Shannon, until he waves a pair of handcuffs. Now, Mr. DeMora.
I was in Central Park all afternoon. For work, it was too hot. The weather.
You meet anyone?
Only the pigeons and the squirrels, Inspector.
Yes, and they can't talk.
Senor, it is quite useless to make up a case about us. Not one person in this room had a reason or a wish to dispose of Gilbert. You will prove nothing to the contrary.
Nice going. Certainly stick together. I hope you don't have to hang together.
Hello. One moment, please. For you, Inspector.
Oh, thank you. Yes? Yes, Cassidy. Where? Okay, put it through the lab. Oh? Good work. Have a check for type. Yes, I'll tell them. But, well, everything comes to him who waits.
What is it, Inspector?
A few things to worry about, Mrs. Galt. The murder weapon has been found. Would one of you like to guess?
I'm sick of this, Inspector. You have no right to make us all feel like...
All right. It was a hammer. The postman took it out of a mailbox on Lower Fifth Avenue.
What?
Thompson?
Don't look at me. I didn't go below 50th Street.
But it is quite ridiculous. If one desired to conceal or dispose of a weapon...
Haste makes many mistakes. Now, Miss Shannon.
Are you going to waive the handcuffs, Inspector?
When you entered your father's apartment, did you go out again before I arrived?
No.
Well, somebody did. There was a fresh smear of lipstick on the inside doorknob. It'd make a wonderful fingerprint. Huh? No comments? All right. Miss Shannon, the district attorney has released your father's body for burial. You can make the arrangements.
Thank you. It's so awfully kind of you.
I'll be in touch with all of you. And don't try to leave town unless you're so hot you'd like to spend some time in the cooler. Well, Cassidy?
The funeral services should be starting any minute, sir.
Are they all here?
They are, Inspector, they are. In that first pew, Mr. Santos DeMora with Mr. Oliver Galt sitting next to him. Then it's Mrs. Galt and Julie Shannon.
Notice anything?
It's heathen they are, Inspector McKee. The way they're rushing that poor fellow's body off the face of the earth.
Yes, I thought of that.
And him not dead more than a few hours. It ain't decent. That's what comes of having daylight saving time. If the time was normal now...
Who's that fellow sitting over there in the last pew with his hat on?
Who, sir?
Yeah.
Oh, another heathen. To be wearing a hat in the Lord's house. A hat that's so loud, it's loud enough for the racetrack and shabby enough for a funeral of its own. I told him to take it off.
Wait a minute. He seems to be sobbing.
Why, so he does. And all the time I've been taking him from an old, no-good vagrant. Inspector, do you think he might be...
Right. Getting out. Coming this way.
And sure I'll be the devil's own witness. He ain't sobbing. He's laughing. And in a church. And at a funeral, too. Now, see here, you
handle him, Cassidy. What's the idea?
Damon and Pythias, the spider and the fly. Who is less noble than man?
You tell me.
Nothing and no one. In the beginning there were serpents and vermin, and today they walk like men. Excuse me, I have an appointment with a nightmare.
Oh, it's crazy with the heat the poor fellow is. You should have let him go, Inspector. He might be dangerous.
Get after him, Cassidy.
Oh, sure.
Keep a tail on him. I want to know who he is and where he lives.
But we could have asked him, sir, when he was sitting.
That's not all I want to know, Your Honor. Now get going and report to me at my office. I'll be there all evening. Inspector McKee talking homicide.
Cassidy talking, sir.
What'd you get?
Well, sir, I tailed that fellow to a broken-down tenement house on 10th Avenue. He's got a room on the 3rd floor.
Good. What about his name?
Believe it or not, Inspector, it's John Smith.
Happened before. What else, Cassidy?
Well, sir, Smith stayed indoors for about an hour and a half, and when he emerged, it was only to lock himself up in a phone booth in the corner drugstore.
Did you find out whom he called?
I couldn't, sir, but I know he made 2 calls, Inspector.
Yes?
It was on the second one that I was able to catch a few words.
What were they, Cassidy?
Well, sir, there must have been an argument, because all of a sudden Smith's voice went up, and he said, "You'll be there in half an hour, and don't keep me waiting." And that's all.
Is it? Did Mr. Smith go to sleep in that booth?
Oh, no, sir. He came out and walked straight uptown to Central Park. And that, Inspector, is where it happened.
What? What happened?
Well, sir, he was walking along a path near the 59th Street Lake with me about 50 feet behind him.
Yes.
Something was wrong with the park lights, because a whole row of them was out. And then...
No, go on, Cassidy.
Well, sir, it was pretty dark, but I could see that hat. It shone like a beacon light on a dark and empty ocean.
Never mind the poetry. Give me the facts to the point.
Yes, sir. Well, just before he turned off the path onto another one, he took off his hat.
Yes.
Inspector McKee, I've been a member of the force for 32 years. I could retire and take my pension and live the good life of a peaceful man, but I haven't done it. Instead, I have chosen to stay in the service of the department and devote myself entirely to...
Oh, no, you lost him.
I couldn't help it, sir. He took off his hat.
But
if the park department had fixed those lights at the proper time...
He was going to meet somebody and you lost him.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I'm a broken-hearted
We
man.
could have broken this case tonight, closed the books on it. Oh, well, have you had something to eat?
No, sir.
We'll get something and then come back here to my office. We'll have a good cry together.
Hello, Thompson.
Oh, Sanders, what are you doing here?
I came in for a lonely drink. I saw you sitting at this table. I am delighted.
Oliver took Julie and me home after the funeral, and then he went out to keep an appointment. Julie went to bed.
I am glad they deserted you, Thompson, darling. It gives me an opportunity.
Sanders, please.
But I am only holding your hand. Is it forbidden?
Yes. We never know who might be looking.
Well, let them look. Do I care?
Well, I do.
Thompson.
Stop making a fool of yourself and leave me alone.
It has not always been like this.
It is now. I'm not ready to lose, Oliver.
Lose? You do not lose something you do not want.
That's how I feel about you, Sanders.
I do not like to hear such talk. Yesterday it was different. You could not stand to live with Oliver.
I've changed my mind. And if you were a good sport...
No, I am not a good sport when there is no good reason.
Why didn't you tell me that you haven't got a penny to your name?
Is it important?
Well, shouldn't it be? Would you have me divorce Oliver for a marriage without money? At your age?
I see. You would rather be with a man you do not love.
He isn't impossible, Sanders.
A fish.
With gold fins.
When did you find this out about me?
Last night at dinner. Oliver mentioned that your business was on the rocks and that you were going into bankruptcy.
And immediately love flew out the window.
I like my daily bread.
Tammy,
and butter.
You cannot do this to me when I have lost everything. It's unbearable.
Oh, stop it, Casanova. Don't you know when you're licked?
Julie.
Why, Santos, I'm surprised at you. The lady wants to be with her husband, and you keep...
What are you doing in this place, Julie? I thought you were home in bed.
Did my father know about you, too?
Gilbert?
Don't answer that. I think he did. And he was killed for knowing too much. Am I right, Tamsin?
You're completely out of your mind.
You were afraid that Dad might tell Oliver about you and Santos. That would have cost you a good home plus a lot of money.
Julie, you are not making sense. Tamsin could not kill
Stop being so loyal, Romeo. She just tore the balcony down.
I'm going home.
A good place for you, Tamsin. Maybe you can find the hammer that used to be in that second-floor closet.
What?
I looked for it tonight. It wasn't there.
You might ask one of the servants about that.
Shall I ask one of the servants about my lipstick, too?
Look here, Julie. I've had enough of your nasty little insinuations. If anyone had a motive for killing your father, you did. He made your life miserable, and he destroyed your mother's. He killed her.
Tamsin?
You know how she died. She didn't fall in front of that subway train. She threw herself.
No.
And the next time you feel like accusing someone of murder, think of the consequences. All of them. Good night.
It is true, unfortunately, Julie. Gilbert was my oldest friend, but sometimes even I did not understand it. Come, I will take you home to Oliver's house.
Yes, 2 reservations on the midnight plane. Splendid. Mrs. Galt and I will pick them up at 11:45. Thank you.
Really?
Tamsin, I didn't hear you come in.
Where are we going on such short notice?
Mexico.
Why?
The newspapers have got hold of Gilbert's case. By tomorrow morning, all the filth in that man's life will become public gossip, and I don't want to face it.
Of course. But why must we go tonight?
Because I decided. Now let's pack. We've very little time.
I can't go, Oliver.
What? Now look here,
Now,
Tamsin.
please listen to me. I can't leave Julie. She needs me.
Oh, she'll get along.
You don't know how she carried on tonight after you went out. It wouldn't be fair to desert her at a time like this.
But I... Oh, well, all right. I'll phone the airport for another reservation.
No, Oliver. Julie needs time to organize herself. She's had a terrible shock. Why don't you go alone? And we'll join you in a few days.
Well...
You won't have to face the publicity, and I'll have a chance to help Julie.
Yes, very well. I can wait for you at the Continental Hotel in Mexico City, and from there we can go on to... That's a good idea, Tamsin. Will you phone the airport and cancel your reservation while I go upstairs and pack?
Of course, darling. Hello? Police headquarters? Inspector McKee, please. Inspector McKee? This is Tamsin Galt. I came home a few minutes ago, and I found that my husband has disappeared. Yes. 2 of his suitcases are gone. Well, I phoned the airport, and I was told that he'd made a reservation on the midnight plane for him and me. Well, I don't know why he included me, but... No, I didn't cancel it. I didn't want Oliver to become suspicious. Yes. You're quite welcome. Goodbye.
Tamsin, you just made a serious blunder.
Oliver.
You should have called the airport first. Now Inspector McKee will know that you were lying.
Oliver, put down that candlestick.
It was all worked out in your precious little mind, wasn't it? Julie needed care, loving care.
I didn't mean it, Oliver. I'll call the inspector. I'll tell him...
It's too late, Tamsin. Would you like to know how much I really loved you?
Oliver, please give me a chance.
As much as I hate you now.
You won't kill me. Somebody's listening on this phone now. Oliver, no.
Yes, Tamsin.
No. Yes.
Hello? Hello?
I'm tired, Cassidy. It's been a long day.
Sure, but wouldn't you be feeling good enough now to eat that sandwich I bought you for your good appetite?
Oliver Galt, big utilities man, making a getaway. Every day a new surprise.
Won't he be getting one when he finds the airport loaded down with cops?
Yes? Mm-hmm. You don't say. Are you sure? You gotta be sure. Okay.
What's the trouble, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
Those fingerprints we found on the doorknob of Shannon's apartment, Cassidy.
They ain't good.
They belong to a John Revillo.
I don't recall no such name, sir.
The San Diego confidence man, arrested 21 years ago, broke jail 6 months later, was never found.
Well, that sort of changes the picture, don't it? Revillo. Could that be a Spanish name?
I don't know.
On the other hand, it's possible that a fellow who calls himself John Smith and laughs at the church funeral might...
Yeah. Anything's possible now. Inspector McKee, homicide.
Cassidy. First. Yes,
sir. That's a joke, mister.
We meet again, Inspector, and again it's bad news.
Tell me about it.
You know who this is?
A ghost of Gilbert Shannon.
A toast to the wise. Death begets death. And when it's murder, there can be no end except in death.
What's that?
It's happened again. But now it's a beautiful lady. Young, charming.
Who was it?
Tamsin Galt. What? A horror of horrors to be snuffed out in the prime of life.
Now, listen, you, if this is a gag, I want to...
Goodbye, Inspector. I assume your next stop will be the Galt Mansion on East 54th Street, which is now a tomb.
Cassidy. Cassidy.
I was on my way, Inspector. That call was made from a booth near the guard house. And
Never mind that. Pick up Smith and hold him here until I get back, if I ever do. Let's keep talking, Miss Shannon. I've got work to do.
Well, I didn't know what had happened until you came to the house, Inspector McKee. Santos DeMora brought me home, and I went straight up to my room.
Where'd he go?
He left me at the front door, Inspector.
Well, all right. I'm satisfied. I think we'll wrap up this candle holder now. The fingerprints on it should tell us who struck the first blow.
The first?
Yes. Tamsin Galt was not killed by a blow on the head. She was smothered to death.
Good heavens.
By someone who held her nose and mouth while she was unconscious.
But how can you tell?
Those swollen veins in her neck and the color of her face.
How dreadful. But who?
Anybody. It didn't require courage or strength.
I see. What about Oliver?
Huh? Why do you mention him?
He might have found out that Santos and Tamsin were... Well...
Oh, one of those things, huh? Did your father know about them, too?
He must have. The hammer he was killed with was taken out of this house.
Well, thank you. Why didn't you talk about it sooner?
I didn't know until a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the second floor closet to look for something, and I found that...
We're having company.
That's it.
That's Oliver.
Perfect. Meet him in the hall and don't tell him what happened.
Don't?
Go ahead and do as I say.
All right, Inspector.
And leave that door open. I want to hear everything.
Oliver?
Hey, Julie. I'm just going upstairs. Where's Tamsin?
Oh, she's indisposed.
Indisposed? I just don't understand that woman. An hour ago, she wanted to fly to Mexico tonight.
Mexico? What are you talking about?
I rushed down to my office to get these papers. I thought I'd combine pleasure with business. And now, is she upstairs?
No, Mr. Galt.
What?
She's waiting for you in the living room.
Inspector McKee.
Would you like to see her? Of course you would. Now, come on. After you've had a good look, we'll take a trip downtown to police headquarters. And you too, Miss Shannon.
If you like.
I like. And while we're driving, we'll pick up Mr. DeMora and give him a lift, too.
Santos? But why?
Your alibi, Miss Shannon. And to you, Mr. Galt, a mathematical problem. The outside angle of a triangle.
Excuse me, Inspector.
What is it, Cassidy?
I just got a report on this candle holder. No fingerprints. It was wiped clean.
All right. Stay here with Smith. I'm going into the next room to pin down a murderer.
Inspector, I'd appreciate a drink if you have one.
Great, great. Give him one, Cassidy, from that water cooler.
No, not that. I need something.
Well, Inspector McKee, are you ready for us?
For one of you, Miss Shannon, an escaped convict by the name of John Ravillo. What's the matter? You struck dumb? What about it, Mr. DeMora? Would you like to enlighten me?
I have never heard of the gentleman.
How about you, Mr. Galt?
I don't know him. I don't recall ever having met him.
Well, then, suppose I give you people an assist. Here's an ink pad. We'll take some fingerprints. Who'll be the first volunteer? You, Mr. Galt? Well?
All right. I'm John Ravillo.
Oliver.
But I didn't commit murder. You yourself told me that Tamsin was smothered.
But you made it possible by cracking her skull.
I had no choice. We quarreled. She flew into a temper and picked up a knife.
You can do better than that. But first, what about Gilbert Shannon?
I thought he was blackmailing me. He was the only one who knew my real identity. I went to his apartment this afternoon for a showdown.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell you that because Gilbert was already dead when I found him. I was afraid. My criminal record, you know.
I know. But I also know that Shannon was not blackmailing you.
What?
Just a minute. Smith, come in here.
When the law beckons.
And put your hat on.
Spoken like an old friend.
That's the man. I paid him the money.
Paid? You paid me?
It's all right, Smith. You can relax.
But I told you, Inspector, I was the bait the spider used to lure the fly. And when I saw them today in church, sitting side by side like Damon and Pythias,
Inspector McKee.
Huh? What is it, Mr. DeMora?
Could I have a glass of water, please?
Sure. But first, give me what you have in your hand.
You have no right to...
We'll talk about that some other time. Pills, huh? Poison. Sit down, Mr. DeMora. It's your turn to talk now about a double murder, and no double talk, if you know what I mean.
I just can't believe it. Santos DeMora, of all people.
Your father's oldest friend. Know thine enemies, but beware of thy friends.
And Oliver, an escaped convict. Well, I knew that Dad had met Oliver in San Diego.
He didn't meet him, Miss Shannon. He helped put him in jail. Your father was one of those energetic newspaper reporters who liked to play detective, too.
But Dad married Oliver's sister.
Yes, one of those things you never understand. Got the whole story from Smith. He was Gilbert Shannon's editor.
Then he knew.
Yes, but liquor and hard luck put a cloud on his mind. So when he met Oliver Galt after 20 years, he didn't recognize him as John Ravillo.
And he collected the blackmail money and turned it over to Santos DeMora.
For a whiskey pittance. Smith had to have whiskey.
Inspector, how did Santos find out about Oliver?
DeMora told me he got it from your father during a moment of whiskey weakness.
But why did he kill him?
For protection. Your father was the only one who knew Oliver's past. But DeMora was blackmailing him.
But why did he kill Tamsin?
Oh, to frame you, my dear, for both murders.
What?
You quarreled with Tamsin in a restaurant. DeMora was present.
He told you about that, too?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's very clever, I must say.
Mm.
How did he get into the house? I left him at the front door.
He unlatched it while you were saying good night.
Oh. Well, that explains everything.
Just enough.
Calling Inspector McKee. Calling Inspector McKee.
Oh, what now? Another murder? What is it?
Excuse me, sir. This is Cassidy.
Mm.
There's a question that's playing on my mind, and if you'd be good enough to answer it...
Sure. Anything to go home and go to bed.
Well, sir, it's about them telephone calls that Smith not made to your office about them murders. Why did he do it?
An old newspaper man and a lunatic. He couldn't resist a scoop.
But how could he know about them, Inspector?
Very simple, Cassidy. He was in the right place at the wrong time.
Yes, but I...
Good night, Cassidy. Stop worrying about trifles. The case is closed.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Mr. Smith's Hat, based on a story by Helen Riley. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Inspector McKee was played by Raymond Edward Johnson, and Julie by Elaine Kent. The cast included William Podmore, Eleanor Phelps, Paul Hammond, Sherling Oliver, and Barry Thompson. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello? I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story of a charity ball at which the principal gift was death. It's called Murder Goes Astray by M.V. Heberden. In the meantime... Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. And by the way, the next time you sit down to enjoy a good show, think of the 1.5 million men who are trying to win the peace throughout the world. And yes, think of the 199,000 who helped win the war and are still in the hospitals. They like a good show, too. So keep them going with good USO entertainment. They still need USO, and USO is you.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Attorney Markham speaking.
Oh, is that so?
Hello, dear. Sorry, force of habit on the phone. Besides, how was I to know it was my wife?
You mean you couldn't tell by my ring? I'm surprised at you.
Well, it's about time somebody was surprised at me and not at Philo Vance, as people usually are. It's been giving me an inferiority complex. Thank you for nipping it, darling. Now, what do you want?
Nothing. Just thought perhaps you were working so hard you'd lost track of the time. It's 11:30.
It is? Oh, I did lose track of it all right. I had so many things to clear up down here at my office that I...
What's the trouble?
Someone's at the door, I think. I'll call you back, Edith.
All right. But don't work too hard, please. Goodbye.
Bye, dear. I'm coming. Hey, what?
Thank goodness I found you in.
Easy now.
Help me.
You're hurt pretty bad. Put your arm around my shoulder.
That's it.
Now, let's get over to this chair. There. Now, who are you and what happened to you?
I've been shot.
I better call a hospital. You wait right here while I get to the
Don't
phone.
bother, Markham. I'll never live till the ambulance gets here.
Hold your head up while... I know. It can't be.
My face surprised you, didn't it?
I should say it did. You're the image of Philo Vance.
I know. That's why they killed...
I couldn't help it, Tommy. Now stop hitting me.
If I
ever get away from these two lugs holding me, you wouldn't slap me around that way.
It's going to take you that I won't tolerate mistakes, Joe. No mistakes. The one thing I won't tolerate is mistakes.
How could I tell? The guy... You showed me a picture of Philo Vance. I shot a guy I thought was Vance. It was the image of Vance, I tell you. Anybody would have thought it was Vance.
Let him go, boy. Joe, wait for me in the next room.
Sure. Sure, boy.
Mike, you better go with him to make sure he stays put and see that he stays there. Let him go would be a mistake, and I won't tolerate mistakes.
Okay, Mr. Orchid. Come on, you.
Eddie, you stay with me.
Uh-huh. Don't worry about Joey, boss. He'll be with me when you want him.
I'm quite certain he will be. Eddie.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps it was my mistake that let me send Joe to kill Philo Vance.
Uh-huh.
I won't tolerate mistakes even if I make them. Certainly can't afford a second one. A Vance must be killed, otherwise he'll prove it was I who did the Hendricks job. Any suggestions on how we're to do it? I'll figure it out myself then. This time I'll plan it very carefully. And just to make sure, I'll let you help me do the job. How about that, Eddie? Like that?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, while I figure out how this is going to be done, you go out and get me an orchid to bring to my girl Penny. Got to remember about that, but I don't want to forget about her.
Yes, operator, this is District Attorney Markham, and I'll hold the phone.
Hello, Markham.
Oh, Vance, where are you? I've been trying all day to reach you.
I'm in a little town about 300 miles from the city, Markham. But I think I've got good news.
Yes?
I found a young fellow who admits being with Tommy Orchid when Orchid killed that man Hendricks last week.
Well, that's fine, but it's not important, Vance.
It isn't?
Not in view of what's happened here. Vance, a man was killed last night for one reason and one only. Because he looked like you.
What?
Sorry, Vance. That new secretary of mine put flowers on my desk this morning.
She'll learn about you and your allergy to flowers. But what about this man who was killed because he looked like me?
You hurry back and I'll tell you the whole story. It's very apparent that somebody thought he was getting you out of the way.
Yes, it is. There's only one reason for getting me out of the way. That's because I was getting in the way.
like the orchid, Penny?
It's beautiful, Tommy, but you don't have to bring me one every day.
Who says I don't? I'm the orchid. I always bring my girl an orchid every day.
Believe me, that isn't the fascination you have for me. I could do without orchids.
But not without me, huh? Well, you're not making any mistake, Penny. I don't tolerate mistakes. They're bad for business.
Let's forget business for a while, can't we?
Yeah, sure, right after we get a little matter out of the way. Ever hear of a man named Philo Vance?
Yes, definitely.
Think you can handle an assignment that concerns him?
Maybe.
You better be sure. I don't tolerate any mistakes, Penny. Not even from you.
Come in.
Vance, where are you?
I'm in my private office. Come in here, whoever you are.
Don't worry, I'm coming. Hello, Vance. I'm Tommy Orchid.
Oh? Sit down.
I'll do this standing up. Vance, lay off me.
How do you mean?
My boys find you grabbed some kid who used to work for me in a town called Centerville, about 200 or 300 miles from here. And that he talked about the Hendricks killing.
Your boys have pretty good information.
They don't make mistakes. I don't tolerate mistakes.
I think you made one by coming to my office. What do you want?
I just want to tell you what you know, and that's nothing. All you have is some punk kid saying I killed Hendricks. Just his word against mine, and me with a solid alibi, just in case.
I don't doubt your alibi or your reason for coming to see me. You are not threatening me by any chance?
Me? That would be a mistake, Vance, and I don't make mistakes. I could point out to you that a fellow who looked like you was killed yesterday. But that wouldn't mean anything to you, would it?
Nothing, except that the man was killed by mistake by one of your gunmen. And that's a mistake I don't like, and I'm going to do something about right now.
That's pretty tough talk, Vance. You probably know about me. I don't carry a gun, so you think you can say anything you like.
I carry one. Here it is. But it's going over there in the corner now. Now, look, Orchid, you had an innocent man killed yesterday.
That's your opinion. Can you prove it?
I don't need any proof of what's going to happen now. I'm not the law. I don't have to handle you with gloves.
I don't think you can handle me at all, and this will prove it.
Get down where you belong now, Orchid. Oh, no, you don't. You don't go calling with that gun of mine. I'll get it first. Now, get up.
All right, Brad. I'm glad you didn't let me get to that gun. If you had, I'd have used it on you. And that would have been a mistake. And
I know you don't tolerate mistakes. You made one when you came to see me, though.
Did I? I doubt it. Maybe I had a reason. But listen, and this is no maybe. You've got nothing on me, and you're never going to get anything on me that'll hold up in court, no matter how you try or what you do. I'm too smart for that. Remember what I said, Vance. I'm too smart for that, and you.
Hello.
Is this Philo Vance?
Yes?
My name's Penny Daly. Vance, what would you give to get the real dope on Tommy Orchid?
What are you getting for giving it to me?
I'm Tommy's girl, and he wants me to do something that concerns you. Only I'm afraid.
Of what?
It doesn't work out the way he wants, and it won't from what I've heard of you. He'll kill me. I know he will.
Where are you now?
In my apartment, 50 Lincoln Boulevard.
Stay where you are. I'll be right up, and we can get down to facts.
Eddie, don't it make no difference to you what the boss tells us to do? But Joey was our pal. He won a jobs with us. And Tommy Orchid says to knock him off just because he made one little mistake. And we do it.
We do it or we get it?
Yeah, I guess that's right. I don't never want to cross Tommy Orchid. That can't be no good. Hey, Eddie, suppose one of us made a mistake. One of us. And Tommy says you or me's got to get knocked off. Yeah, I wouldn't do that to you. No, why should I? You're my pal. Hey, look, Eddie, if Tommy ever says for you to give it to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? Well, you don't have to think about it, do you? What do they think of boss? You wouldn't knock me off for no reason just because the boss said so, would you?
No. I'd knock you off in a minute, Mike, for no other reason than to keep in practice. Just remember that.
Just a minute. Who's there?
Miss Daly, I'm Philo Vance.
Wait a second. Come in, Vance, quickly.
Now, there's no need to be nervous, Miss Daly. You'll tell me what I think you can tell me. We'll have Tommy Orchid in jail before the day is over.
Good. What is it you want to know?
First of all, why you decided to talk.
Because I have a strange desire to keep on living. Look, Vance, what I know about Tommy, I never wanted to know. The jobs he's pulled, his gang, all of that, I never wanted to know it, but I do.
I see your point. And as long as you do, you're a constant threat to the safety of Mr. Orchid.
That's right. Now he wants me to get you out of the way. That's an assignment, and I don't want any part of it. Only I don't know what to do.
You did exactly what you should have done. You called me. Now, I'll tell you what I want.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
A man named Hendricks was killed a week ago. I know Tommy Orchid did that job. I found one of the boys who worked for him in a little town, and he told me after I coaxed him. But that's not proof.
Well?
Tommy has an alibi for the time Hendricks was killed. I want you to get proof that that alibi is a phony. Can you do it?
I think so. If I could find out what alibi he's using.
You can do that, too. Very easily, unless I underrate your charm. Or unless Tommy Orchid does.
I'll have the information for you. Then what do I do?
Wait here. District Attorney Markham and I will be up at 11 tomorrow. Is that all right? Can you be here?
Fine. I'll walk you to the door.
Thank you. Keep away from Tommy Orchid, and don't forget about 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Don't worry. I'll keep away from him. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. Be safe.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay to come out now, Tommy?
Good work, Tommy. Very good work.
What else did you expect, Tommy?
Nothing else. You were very convincing. In fact, you almost convinced me. Hiding in another room is kind of tough when a conversation between two people can mean mischief for a time.
I didn't make any mistakes, did I?
No. I'm glad you didn't. You know why.
Okay, then. What happens now?
Now we'll wait until tomorrow morning. Vance and the DA will be here, and you tell Vance where he can find all the evidence he needs to grab me.
Where will that be?
I trust you, baby, but not that much. Wherever it is, it's the place where Vance won't get any evidence, but where Eddie and I will get him.
This is District Attorney Markham. The murder case we're working on is a week old, and Vance has all the information he wants to pin it on Tommy Orchid, but he still lacks evidence. He is enlisted as an ally Penny Daly, former sweetheart of Tommy's, immediately after an innocent man was killed merely because he looked like Vance. Certain that this is the break we've been waiting for in trying to get Orchid, Vance and I have gone to call on Miss Daly at her apartment. It's 11 o'clock.
You have all the information we want, Miss Daly?
Practically all, Mr. Vance.
Excuse me. Miss Daly, we'll want to put you in police custody for a while. You won't mind that?
Mind? I'd love it. Only you can't do it until this afternoon, Mr. Markham.
Why not?
Because I haven't the one thing I need most. The name of the man alibying for Tommy. I know he lives in the suburbs someplace, but I won't know where till this afternoon. I have to get all my information from Tommy's boys. You said to stay away from Tommy, and I haven't seen him in 2 days.
That's all right. We can phone you then. Right, Vance?
Yes. Let's go, Markham. I'll phone you later, Miss Daly.
Do that. And thank you both for your trouble.
That's quite all right. Goodbye, Miss Daly.
Goodbye.
Well, Vance?
Well, it seems that we finally caught up with Tommy Orchid, Markham.
Yes, it does. And I'm very happy about the whole thing.
I'm not.
What?
Markham, a man as smart as Tommy Orchid must be caught in the act of killing somebody if you're going to be sure you get a conviction. I'm going to make sure we catch him doing just that.
Oh, really? Who is he going to be killing?
Who? Me, of course.
did a good job, Penny. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Tommy. I was pretty convincing. Vance trusts me completely.
What a sap. He's supposed to be smart. We'll take care of him, Eddie. Uh-huh.
What makes him so talkative? Tommy, Vance ought to be phoning soon. What do I do then?
Now, Penny, you didn't make any mistakes when you talked to Vance and Markham, did you?
Tommy.
Okay. Just asking, that's all. I want to make sure. I won't tolerate mistakes, you understand that? Anybody works for you understands that, Tommy. I hope so. So, get that, Penny. And, for being a good girl, I'll bring you 2 orchids every day.
Be quiet now, both of you. Now, I just give Vance that address and tell him what you told me, Tommy, that's all?
That's right, but make it convincing.
Leave it to me. Hello?
This is Philo Vance. Is everything all right?
Yes. Vance, listen. Tommy Orchid's worrying about his alibi. That fellow I told you about.
Go on.
The man's name is Rogers. He has a cabin out by Lake Laura. Tommy's going out to see him tonight.
Good. Now, you do this. Tell him that I phoned you and said I was going out there earlier.
Uh-huh.
Tell him I found out about Rogers somehow. And see that Tommy goes out there after me.
I think that will be easy.
Good. Now, here's something that will be a little more difficult. Tommy will come after me, I'm sure. After he's sure I'm there alone, which I will be. He'll have a gun. But you see that there are no bullets in that gun. Can you do it?
Seriously.
Why, yes, I can do it. Don't worry, Vance. Everything will be the way you want it.
In that case, Miss Daly, I'm quite certain everything will be the way you want it, too.
What are we doing in this shop, Vance?
Making a few purchases I'll need tonight, Markham, that's all.
We should let me go with you out to that Rogers cabin.
No good, Markham. I won't need you, and if you or the police are anywhere near, Tommy Orchid won't show up. I can handle this all right, I'm sure.
I certainly hope so.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, please?
To be perfectly honest, I haven't the slightest idea. Vance?
I'd like a piece of tarpaulin about 10 yards square. Black, if you have it.
Oh, we have it, sir.
Good. How long will it take you to put a wooden border on it?
Well, you want wood on all 4 sides?
On 2 sides. Give me the other 2 pieces of wood. I'll put them on myself when I get to the place I'm taking the tarpaulin.
I can have it for you, sir, in about, half an hour. Anything else?
Yes, I want a pulley and about 25 yards of rope.
Mm-hmm.
And I want it painted black.
But painted black?
Don't look at me. I don't understand why either.
Painted black, if you please. Can you have that in a half hour, too?
Well, sure, I guess so. Will that be all?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Now, Vance, why do you want the stuff you just ordered?
Don't you know?
Don't I? How could anybody know?
Well, you can't figure it out, Markham. And neither can anyone else. And that includes our friend Tommy Orchid, who has a surprise waiting for him.
Oh, hi, Eddie. Come on in. Sit down. What's the matter, Eddie? Did Tommy tell you to come see me?
Uh-huh.
Well, what for?
He gave me a message for you.
For me? Here, wait a minute, Eddie. I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't make no mistakes.
Tommy says you did.
What did I do?
Something about Joey's body. They found it.
I didn't do nothing with it, Eddie. I just dug a hole for it out in the country like I was told to do.
They found it. And they knew it was Joey.
I just couldn't leave him laying there, Eddie. I had to do something else. I got a rock, a piece of board. I put it over his head. After I buried the body, that's all.
You put his name on the board?
For sure. It was a pal, wasn't he? Bad enough we killed him. You want we should have left him laying there without nobody knowing about who he was? Okay, then. I didn't do nothing wrong, did I, Eddie?
Not according to me. But according to the boss, you made a mistake, then.
Eddie, don't!
And the boss don't tolerate mistakes.
Eddie, you did a very fine job on our ex-ally, Mike.
Uh-huh. Thanks, boss.
I hope I can do as well on the assignment I've given myself. The removal of Philo Vance.
That's where we're headed for right now, huh?
Yeah. We're going to the old Rogers cabin where Mr. Vance is waiting for me. Only, he thinks I'll arrive alone and with my gun unloaded.
You planned this good, Mr. Orchid.
It was well planned, Eddie. Very well planned. I don't tolerate mistakes, and I definitely won't make them myself.
Uh-huh. What happens if this Philo Vance ain't right there waiting for us like a sitting duck?
Eddie, listen. As far as he knows, my girlfriend Penny's working with him. She put on a good act, a great act. It would have convinced me. It certainly convinced Philo Vance that she was double-crossing me. We've got to get rid of him before he proves definitely that I killed Hendricks. This is my chance to do just that. Now, the Rogers cabin is miles from the nearest town. Nobody will hear me kill Vance. Nobody will see me remove the body. All right, step on it, Eddie. I'm in a hurry to get this over with.
Sit down, Miss Daly. Please sit down.
Look, D.A., what was the idea of having the police drag me down to your office?
To be perfectly honest with you, it was Philo Vance's idea to have you here.
Vance? Oh, well, that's different. In that case, I don't mind being here. I'm working with Vance, you know that.
Yes, Vance said you were very helpful.
Oh. Well, did Vance say what he wanted me here for?
No, he said he'd tell you when he got back from the cabin of someone named Rogers.
He told you he'd tell me when he got back, eh?
Yes.
I'm liable to have a very long wait.
Okay, Eddie, just leave everything to me. We walk in the door together. I have my gun on Vance, and it'll be over in a minute.
Let's go. That's the cabin. What are we waiting for?
Nothing. Ready? Now. All right, Vance. Stay right where you are.
Mr. Tommy Orchid and friends. Come right in, gentlemen.
Stick close to me, Eddie. Well, Vance, this is it. We're not going to waste any words before we get it over with. Stand up.
What for? I'm comfortable sitting here.
Where's the light switch, boss? It's tough seeing him good in the dark.
Well, we see him well enough, and we hear him, don't we? Get up, Vance.
Oh, I'll get up. But it's only fair to warn you that when I do, I'm coming toward you. You're not going to be able to stop me.
No?
No. You see, that gun you're holding isn't loaded.
Oh, it isn't? You still think that, Vance?
No, I guess I've been misinformed.
All right, Vance, on your feet. That's good. Walk toward me, slowly.
If you say so.
Hey, what's wrong? Oh, no, we're covered with some kind of cloth. Shoot the one out for it. That won't do us any good.
No, it won't, gentlemen. And this little tap on the head that you're going to get won't do you any good either.
But,
Well, that does it, I guess. It'll be quite a job carting you two down to headquarters, but it'll be worth it when I tell Markham how I knew I was being double-crossed by Miss Daly and how this little trap of mine was worked. Markham, you remember the tarpaulin and black rope I bought in that store?
Yes, you had the rope painted black, didn't you, Vance?
That's right. Well, when I got to the Rogers cabin, I strung that tarpaulin up to the ceiling with a pulley, carried the rope down to the floor, and kept my foot on it.
Oh, I see. When Tommy Orchid and his gunmen came in and ordered you to walk toward them, naturally, your foot came off the rope and the tarpaulin came down from the ceiling and over their heads.
Exactly. Huh? I made sure the cabin was dark enough so the trick would work.
One thing I still don't know, though, Vance. You had every reason to believe that Tommy Orchid's girlfriend, Penny Daly, was double-crossing him and telling you the truth. How did you know she was lying?
You told me, Markham.
Well, I'm very glad that I told you. How?
That allergy of yours to flowers. You know how you sneeze when flowers are in a room or have been in a room within a few hours.
Yes.
Well, when you and I saw Miss Daly, she said she hadn't seen Tommy Orchid in 2 days. Yet you sneezed while you were in her room, which meant that she had had an orchid in her apartment just before we came in and had removed it.
And inasmuch as Tommy Orchid got his name because he always brought his girls an orchid every day, you surmised that she was lying and that she had seen Tommy that day, and that the whole thing was a plan to get rid of you.
That's right. The combination of my surmisings and that tarpaulin resulted in our having a perfect attempted murder case against Tommy.
For which I thank you, of course. Well, I'm glad this is practically over. I'm sure we'll get a conviction against Orchid in the Hendricks killing and in the murder of the man who looked like you.
A fatal resemblance, Markham. Put him right in the middle of this situation.
Yes, but it was because of him, Vance, that we reached the end of the identical murder case.
Calling all detectives. Shadowing people is one of the hardest jobs a detective ever gets. And I once had a case where the shadower was shadowed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Some people have the idea that a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, makes a lot of easy money. Believe me, they don't know the half of it. When Cobina Starrett walked into the hat store on Lake Boulevard, I had to hang around outside without creating the impression that I was A, a detective, B, a masher, C, a pickpocket. About half an hour later... I've been watching you. You're making drawings of our latest imports. I mumbled something to the store manager about waiting for my wife. He showed me what he thought of that by beckoning to the cop who was directing traffic at the corner. I fled as the cop started toward us. I hurried past the hat store in time to see Cobina Starrett leaving by a rear door. But as I ran around the block... All right, now. I've got you. Leave off struggling before I give you a taste of the billy. It was the cop who'd run the other way to meet me. Officer, I'm Jerry Browning, private detective. What's the use? The cop let go of me but held his club ready. What's that you said? Never mind. My subject just drove off in that cab. A woman I was shadowing got away from me when a cop mistook me for a loiterer. I took a cab to the office of my client, Wadsworth Henley. Acting on Henley's orders, I'd been following Cobina Starrett for 10 days, during which time she'd done nothing more exciting than shop at a few dozen stores and spend long hours at her beauty parlor. Henley sat at his desk and gnawed his knuckles while I delivered my rehearsed story. So it's my conclusion, Mr. Henley, that your suspicions of Miss Starrett are completely unfounded. Henley got up from his desk and walked over to me. Browning, I'll tell you what I think of your report. Henley stood over me. Browning, I had a phone call from Cobina Starrett a few minutes ago. She has just married her hairdresser. She said nothing about returning her engagement ring. I got up slowly. I'm sorry, Mr. Henley. I guess you had a right to lose your temper. Henley frowned. No, I didn't. You tried your best. Browning, I'm well out of it, and I now realize that the one I really love is Peggy McConnell. I edged toward the door. That's fine, Mr. Henley. I hope you'll be very happy. Henley grabbed my arm. I won't make the same mistake twice, Browning. Before Peggy gets an engagement ring from me, you make sure that she loves me. Yeah? And how do you suggest I go about finding that out? You're a detective. Don't bother me with trifles. Now get going. That evening, I went down to the Lido Club, where Peggy McConnell was a featured singer. After her act, I watched Peggy circulate from table to table and made a mental note to report to Henley that she was very popular. About 11 o'clock, Henley came in for a while, got a tiny share of Peggy's attention. I hung around until after the last show, then went outside and took up a position near the stage entrance. After I'd been there about an hour, a car drove up to the stage entrance just as Peggy McConnell emerged from the club. After she got into the car, I signaled a taxi. I ran over to the cab, but as I had my hand on the doorknob... Well, if it ain't the private detective. And who are you shadowing this time? Look, I'm on a different case. Let go of my arm. Sure, and I'm only trying to be helpful. Never mind. This one got away, too. In the light of my afternoon's experience, I didn't dare report to Henley that Peggy McConnell had eluded me. Instead, I went to her home the next morning, waited outside it until she emerged. Why is it that the average woman on a shopping tour will cover approximately 18 miles in the course of any average day? That's what Peggy McConnell did. I thought it was going to be another wasted day, until... The door through which Peggy McConnell passed was at City Hall, and it was labeled Marriage License Bureau. At last, I had something to report to Henley, except that I couldn't reach him on the phone either at his office or at home. By that time, Peggy had come out of the bureau, and I had to pick up a trail which led me to the Lido Club again. All during the evening, I tried to call Henley, and never did succeed in reaching him. When it became obvious that I couldn't connect with him, I decided that the least I could do for the money I was being paid was follow Peggy and let Henley be the first to know whom she was marrying. But at the stage door...
You know something? I've been thinking. And what I've been thinking is that you're a peeping Tom and no detective at all.
Look, officer, I'm a licensed private detective. I'll show you my license. I'll do anything if you'll only go away.
I've met your kind before. You have a pocket full of fake papers and a face butter wouldn't melt on. And what I'm thinking is, you're too guileful for a simple man like me. So come on down and tell it to the sergeant.
I watched dully as Peggy McConnell got into the car and drove away. Then I turned to the cop. Don't you ever get a day off? It took me about 5 minutes to identify myself at headquarters, but by then it didn't matter. The next day I went to see Henley. I had another story rehearsed this time. Mr. Henley, you were never in love with Peggy McConnell either. And it's a good thing you didn't give her an engagement ring, because she's just a flirt and a heartbreaker. Browning, you're talking about my wife. I got up slowly. Didn't even try to duck in case he wanted to hit me again. But when the door opened and my nemesis, the cop, walked in, I finally understood everything.
You're a good detective, Browning. But you don't have to follow me daughter Peggy around. That's why she's got her old father to look after her. Eh, son-in-law?
Well, I got my $40 a day for every day I worked. But I know plenty of pugs who take a lot fewer wallops in the teeth for a lot more money than I ever make. Like I said, I won't deny that there are lots harder ways of making a living than my way. But I'm sure there must be lots that are easier. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And this shall be my duty as District Attorney, not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The Case of Free Play.
Well, I must say the kindergarten looks wonderful, Aunt Martha. Isn't it delightful, Deborah?
Lightning, Ted.
What? Oh, yes, of course, yes, we.
You neglected your old Aunt Ted. I haven't seen you in ages.
Well, we've been busy, Aunt Martha.
You and Miss Hawkins, is it? Hawkins.
I have thought of you, Aunt Martha. Haven't I, Deborah? Every time someone mentions Miss Mulberry's nursery school, I feel a little glow of pride. Being a Mulberry, too, I mean.
What time are the kids out of here?
I beg pardon, Miss Hawkins?
This building, what time do the kids get out of it?
Why, school closes at 3, Miss Hawkins. We only take little tots, you know. Oh, my, I think the water's boiling for tea. Will you excuse me?
Oh, can I help?
No, you sit still. I won't be a minute.
Look, bird brain, will you get to the point with the old fool?
Now, Deborah, you promised I could handle it. After all, she is my aunt. I know how.
Why don't you just give it to her straight? Tell her we've been peddling the stuff and it got hot.
Oh, in heaven's name, Deborah, have you lost your mind? And Martha wouldn't know what marijuana is. To say nothing of narcotics.
Okay, have it your way. I mean, this setup is perfect.
You said the last one was.
So it got hot. Now, will you please tell her we're moving in here?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Look, it's a nursery school or whatever you call it, right?
One of the best private ones in the city.
Great. The brats pull out at 3. We can run the joint wide open all night long.
Yes, it does seem advantageous, I'll admit.
Advantageous? It's beautiful. There's plenty of room. We can even take on more customers.
Of course, Aunt Martha will be hard to handle, Deborah. Very hard.
Well, that's your department. All I know is we're moving in. Who'd look for hopheads in the nursery?
All I can say, Chief. When I pull a boner, it's a beaut.
Why, Harrington? Something go wrong?
You mean last night?
I mean last night, Miss Miller. You know, I've been working on that marijuana thing, Chief.
Yes, I know.
For weeks now, I've been working along with the federal boys. The heavier stuff, heroin, cocaine, all that, that's their department.
Yes, and what about the marijuana?
Well, sure, we've got jurisdiction there. It's a local offense.
I know. I mean, weren't you about ready to go ahead?
Well, last night, wasn't it, Harrington?
That's right, last night. There's a dame named Hawkins, Chief. Guess I told you? Deborah Hawkins?
Yes, you mentioned the name.
Okay, for weeks now we've been casing her place. An apartment over on West Avenue.
And that's where she operated?
Oh, in a big way. She not only peddled the stuff, she let the customer stay right there and use it. Oh, talk about a fun house.
And what happened?
Yeah, nothing happened. We got all set to raid the joint. I got 4 extra crews on duty. I got the whole building roped off.
And?
We go in.
Yeah.
Boom. The joint's as clean as a whistle.
You mean you couldn't get any evidence?
Evidence? The place was empty, Miss Miller. Deborah and her chum pulled out in the morning.
Her chum?
Oh, yeah, some punk that works for her.
Oh, I see. Any idea where the tip came from?
No, I haven't, Chief. It was kind of a big operation, you know. When they're like that, there could be a lot of leaks.
Yes, unfortunately, you're right. But I have a stack of complaints a foot high about this marijuana situation.
Yeah, don't I know it? The T-boys, too. They're absolutely sure narcotics are coming into this town. Yeah, even better. They're coming to Deborah Hawkins.
And she's gone.
Well, she sure was last night.
Well, there's only one answer. She'll open up again some other place.
Oh, that you can bet on.
Well, let's find her then, and this time, let's bring her in.
Here you are, Deborah, in here, huh? Well, did you see who's in the nursery tonight?
Martindale, Lightning.
Well, you might at least have let me tell it. How much does he spend? Oh, here.
Thanks. 50. I'm not sure I like him as a customer, though. He's got a bad reputation.
I think he's fascinating. I do believe he's the first gangster I've ever met.
You're somewhat naive, darling. Where were you all afternoon?
I was with Aunt Martha in the nursery.
In the afternoon?
I was helping with the children. You know, it's amazing, Deborah, watching their little minds.
Yeah, well, you keep your little mind on our children, dear. I made a good start here for a week. I want to make it even better. Ted?
Oh, good. You're both here.
Why, Aunt Martha, I thought you were upstairs in bed long ago.
Oh, I can sleep with people coming and going. I'll never know. Good evening, Miss Hawkins.
I was just going.
I'd rather you stayed. As a matter of fact, there's something I want to say to both of you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Aunt Martha?
Stop fussing, Ted. Fact is, I'm extremely upset.
One of the kids fall out of the swing?
Deborah, please. What is it, Aunt Martha?
I told you a week ago you were welcome to stay here for a while, Ted. You too, Miss Hawkins.
Thanks.
With your tea room burnt to the ground and all, goodness knows you had no place to go.
With our what?
I told Aunt Martha about our tea room, Deborah, in Chicago.
Oh, and you're welcome here. I'm sure it isn't that.
So it's what?
My dear Miss Hawkins, it seems to me you've had company every night since you came.
Company?
Even now, there are people in the nursery coming and going until all hours. I've heard them.
Oh, but my dear,
Let me finish. Stop dancing about.
Sit down.
Well, I'm only trying to explain.
I realize you're young, you have friends, and you like to have a good time.
You bet.
On the other hand, this is my nursery school and my home. You mustn't abuse it.
Oh, now, we don't mean to, Aunt Martha, really.
Well, nevertheless, I don't like it. Smelling up the place with their Turkish cigarettes.
How's that again?
My dear Miss Hawkins, the nursery is just thick with their smoke. It's getting so I can't air the place out.
Aunt Martha.
Oh, you needn't explain, my boy. I'm tired now, and I'm going to try to sleep.
Oh, let me help you.
Oh, do leave me alone. Sorry I had to speak, but I just can't have this. Now, if you'll excuse me, good night.
She ought to take a drag or two herself and prove her disposition.
It's not funny, Deborah.
I think it is. It's the first time I ever heard marijuana described as a Turkish cigarette.
She doesn't know.
Really? You amaze me. Better go see if Martindale wants anything. He usually takes a deck home.
But what about Aunt Martha? We'd have to find a new place if she makes us move.
Now, you're being funny.
But you heard her, Deborah.
Will you come too? This is the neatest setup I ever had.
But
I don't intend to give it up. Aunt Martha or no Aunt Martha, we're here to stay.
And please assure the committee we are doing everything we can. Sincerely, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. I'll have his tap right away, Chief.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, yes, come in, Harrington.
Well, you look happy.
Boy, why shouldn't I? Hey, Chief, we finally got a break.
Oh, on a marijuana problem?
Right on the head.
Yes?
I was prowling around town last night. Pretty late, too, come to think of it, and I see my old pal, Martindale.
Who?
A two-bit bum around town, Miss Miller, mixed up in a dozen different rackets.
Well, there's no charge pending against him, is there?
No, nothing special, Chief, but I spoke to him just the same. A bum like that on parole, well, I do it just for exercise.
Well, I don't blame you. Dale's in prison oftener than he's out.
Well, he's on his way in again, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
When I stopped him, Chief, he was glassy-eyed. First, I thought he was drunk.
Yes, and?
He was all hopped up, Chief. I could smell marijuana all over him.
What?
Sure, and to make it even better, he was carrying 24 cigarettes.
No.
Sure. I got him down in the bullpen right now.
Have you made out the charge?
No, not yet, Chief. I thought I'd see you first.
Good. Say, this may be an opening wedge, Harrington. Is he able to talk?
Oh, yeah, sure. The jag's worn off. He's just depressed now.
He's what?
Oh, those hopheads get awful low when you take away their candy, Miss Miller.
Oh.
Well, what time did you make the arrest?
2 a.m.
I see. Well, all right, let's do this. We'll hold him the full 24 hours without making a formal charge.
Right.
Oh, and nothing to the papers, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Notify the desk, will you?
Right away.
And we'll give him a couple of hours and then bring him up here, Harrington.
Right. And by that time, he ought to be real unhappy.
Yes, we won't make a deal, you understand, but maybe you'll talk anyway. They usually do.
No, brother, I sure hope so, because if Martindale got his supply from little Deborah Hawkins, Chief, we're in.
You ought to go to bed, kid. There won't be any more customers tonight anyway.
Yes, I will, Deborah. Simply trying to calm myself by reading.
Reading what?
Oh, one of Aunt Martha's books. The Life of Madame Montessori.
Who's she? Light me, will you?
Oh. Madame Montessori founded a method of educating small children, the theory of free play.
That ought to calm anybody.
Here.
What's the matter? You run out of comic books?
The sense of humor has warped, Deborah. If I want to improve myself, I should at least be encouraged.
You like telling stories to the little monsters?
I happen to find it stimulating, yes. As a matter of fact, Deborah,
Somebody's coming.
But you said everyone's gone. Heavens, it's after 3.
Yes? Well,
Aunt Martha.
I thought I'd find you here. Now, don't speak, Theodora. We won't mince words.
you're up pretty late, aren't you?
I'll hear no more from you, Miss Hawkins. Now, both of you pack your bags and get out.
What did you say?
Don't pretend you don't understand me. I said get out of my nursery school.
Now?
Now. Is that clear?
Just what's wrong, Aunt Martha?
Well, I'm sure you could answer that better than I, Miss Hawkins. I saw some of your friends tonight.
Our friends? Downstairs in the nursery?
I did. I don't know what was going on, but it's going to stop. Why, they acted like drunkards.
Oh, Martha, no.
Don't argue with me. I said pack up and get out.
Nobody was drunk, Aunt Martha.
Well, worse then. I don't even want to hear about it. Well, didn't you hear me?
She's your aunt, Ted. Take over.
Aunt Martha, now be calm a minute.
Oh, you spineless, weak jellyfish, Ted Mulberry. Yes, and no telling what else. I said get out.
Aunt Martha, don't talk like that. I might get mad.
Mad? You?
Oh, I can get mad, can't I, Deborah? Tell her.
Take it easy, Aunt Martha.
Now, listen, you two. The officer in this neighborhood is a friend of mine. If you're not started in 2 minutes, I'm going to call him.
And get your poor nephew arrested?
I don't care what happens to him. He's a sneak, a lying little sneak.
I always thought you were a lady.
Get out.
Deborah?
You calm enough, Ted?
Completely.
You realize now I was right?
Perfectly?
He talks to that policeman. It's 15 to 25 years for the both of us.
Naturally. I should have acted before.
Oh, stop this chattering and get out of
I'll
here.
get the gun, Ted. I have it much first.
Let me have it, Deborah. Quickly.
Have you gone mad? What are you talking about? What gun?
This one. Here, Ted.
Thank you.
Theodore. What's come over you? Theodore.
You don't know your nephew in a crisis, Aunt Martha. He's a riot.
There's no need to explain to her, Deborah. I see it quite clearly. Aunt Martha?
Theodore. No, Theodore. No. Heaven. You shot me. You didn't have to.
I shall have a reaction quite soon, Deborah. I'll need a small brandy.
I know.
It's the only thing to do, of course. You agree about that?
Completely. There's just one thing.
Yeah?
While you're still thinking clearly. We need the nursery for the cover-up, you know.
I was aware of that when I shot.
Who's going to teach the kids?
I am.
You.
I shall use the Montessori method, I think. The accent on free play. And now my brandy, Deborah. Oh, I really do feel quite faint.
All right, Jerry. Put him back in the cooler.
Let's go back to the office, Harrington.
All right.
How long were we talking to him?
Working deal?
Mm-hmm.
Good 3 hours, Chief.
So not very profitably, I'd say. Now, let's take the back stairs.
Oh, that guy sure is stubborn.
Well, there isn't a doubt in my mind that he knows where Deborah Hawkins is.
Oh, sure. Every time you mentioned her name, we got a reaction out of him.
Yes, a reaction, but no information. Well, we can't hold him, Harrington. We'll make out a charge upstairs.
Right. Possession of marijuana?
Well, that's about all we can do, I'm afraid. We'll have to release the stories to the papers, too.
Yeah, I know. Brother, wherever Deborah's operating, it sure is terrific.
We've got to find her, Harrington. I want to put a stop to her for good.
Ted.
Huh? Oh, Deborah, I asked you not to disturb me when I'm in the nursery.
Where are the kids?
In Humpty Dumpty Land.
What?
In the next room. It's nap time. After that, they get their milk. Fortified, of course.
Listen, teacher, will you wake up?
Did you see the afternoon papers?
Well, hardly. I've been busy here at the blackboard since noon. You like it?
Like what?
For good heavens, Deborah, don't tell me you don't recognize it. All this colored chalk. It's a turkey.
You drew that?
I traced part of it, I must admit. It's good, though, don't you think?
I'm trying to tell you.
The tail feathers just delight the children. Tell me what?
Martindale is in stir.
Martindale? Our Martindale?
Our Martindale. And get this, the DA charged him with possession of marijuana.
Oh.
Our marijuana, in case you don't get it.
That could be very serious.
Could be. Suppose he tells where he got it.
That's what I meant.
That and your Aunt Martha lying out in that ditch, my friend, that don't add up so good.
Oh, don't mention it, Deborah. I've told so many mothers she went to Florida, I almost believe it.
I don't care about the mothers. Just believe this, Montessori. If Martindale starts talking, this whole act may turn into a turkey.
This woman's body was found in a ditch, you said?
Yeah, this morning, Chief. She's up ahead on slab 9. Yeah, I heard about Martindale.
About getting released on bail?
Mm-hmm. Well, guess we kind of expected it.
Well, there wasn't any way to hold him pending trial. All I'm banking on now, when we do try him, he'll talk.
Well, maybe. Yeah, here's the woman. Hey, look, slab.
There's been no autopsy?
No, nobody's even touched her, Chief. There's no identification.
Nice looking woman. One shot?
Yeah.
In a ditch, you said?
Right, Chief. What?
Nothing. I was just looking at these smudges on her dress here. Some sort of chalk, isn't it?
Chalk?
Yeah.
Wasn't any in the ditch.
Well, we'll have a test taken. It seems like...
What's the matter, Chief?
Oh, it's strange. There's an odor on these clothes. Still quite strong.
Let me smell.
That familiar?
Oh. Well, that'll be a monkey's uncle, Chief. That smells like marijuana.
Yes, that was my impression, too.
Yeah.
Now, there's the phone.
Yeah, that may be for me, Chief. I told Brophy we were coming down to the morgue.
Yes?
Chief, Miss Miller.
Yes.
Can you come back to the office?
Well, I'd rather not right now, Miss Miller. Harrington and I have just stumbled onto something important.
I'll say we have.
Well, this is important, too, Chief.
Yes?
The report just came in. Martindale's been killed.
The way we tie our shoes, No. This is the way we brush our hair.
Will you please keep still? I'm trying to concentrate.
Well, my dear Deborah, you told me yourself the nursery is important. If I'm to run it, I want it run right.
Will you
The
please?
children learn through these songs, Deborah. I must say I've learned quite a bit myself.
Great. Now, will you listen to me?
Later.
You're really feeling your muscle lately. You know it, little man?
Why not? Things are going extremely well. The children adored my turkey.
Oh, dear. All right, we'll talk quietly. Lightning, will you?
Why don't you carry matches, Deborah? I'm busy.
Listen, egghead, I spent all afternoon trying to find Martindale, and I couldn't. Suppose he's talking.
He isn't.
What do you mean he isn't? Stop smirking at me.
I killed him.
You did what?
He was here while you were out. Seems he needed a supply.
Give me this slow.
It's quite simple. I offered to drive him home, and when we got there, I shot him. I borrowed your gun.
You shot Martindale? Just like that?
My dear Deborah, you said yourself if he talked, we'd have to move again.
Yes, but
And it was the only thing to do. I simply hate giving up the nursery.
Oh, good Lord.
So you see, there's nothing to worry about at all. Now, the way we tie our shoe. In heaven's name, how do you tie a shoe?
Come on, clear out, will you, fellas? The DA will see you in a minute.
That's the boy. Come on, give us a chance to work, huh? That's it, outside.
Chief, the examiner's on his way for the body.
Good. You may start on the apartment, Miss Murray, and just
All right.
list everything you see.
Sure thing.
This Martindale sure wasn't neat, Chief. Look at this dump.
Well, at the moment, Harrington, I'm more interested in his body. You notice anything?
Shot once.
On the coat sleeve here.
See. Hey, that's funny. Looks like chalk.
Exactly. And that was chalk on that woman in the morgue.
Hey, Chief. This begins to make sense.
Yes, a lot of sense. A woman and Martindale, both shot once, chalk on both bodies, and the odor of marijuana on both.
Marty's got more than odor. His pockets are full of cigarettes.
Oh, gee.
Yes, Miss Murray.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I found this engagement calendar.
This what?
On Martindale's desk, Harrington. The page for today is still here.
Yes, what about it, Miss Murray?
Well, the name seems so strange. Martindale didn't have any children, did he?
My dear Deborah, I must ask you once more to remain calm.
Calm? Now?
You're simply putting a series of circumstances together, my dear. It's what we call basic association.
What?
Basic association. For example, take one of the children. I say dog. He answers bow wow. I say snow. He says Santa Claus. It's really most interesting.
Yeah, well, I say murder, Bob. First Aunt Martha, now Martindale.
Still association. There's no reason in the world to connect us to any of it. Now, would you like to help me? I'm doing the nursery in crepe paper.
Ted.
Yes, Deborah?
What's the matter with you? You used to be so easy, so gentle.
Why, I'm the soul of gentleness, Deborah.
Then will you think? We got to get out of here, Ted, now, before things get any hotter.
I say no.
Oh, you fat-headed... No, so help me, Mother Goose, I'll make you see it. Ted.
Yes, dear?
Please, can we go?
You're really very selfish, Deborah. I enjoy the nursery immensely.
I see. Okay, that does it. You won't listen to me. Maybe you'll listen to this. Just happen to have here in my purse.
I'd put away the gun if I were you. They make me extremely nervous.
I only wish they did. Now, will you get started? We're checking out.
Put it down, Deborah. You know my temper.
Who's that?
One of the mothers, I'd imagine. She'd hardly expect firearms, Deborah. Put it away.
Get rid of her, you hear me?
But I enjoy their province. I really do. Enter.
This is the Mulberry Nursery School?
Yes, I'm Mr. Mulberry. Can I help you?
Yeah, in here, Chief.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah, just go... Hey, wait a minute. Well, I'll be darned if it ain't Debbie Hawkins.
What?
I'm more interested in this one, Harrington. That's interesting chalk on your suit.
I beg your pardon?
Ted, you fool, they're cops.
Deborah, quickly, the gun.
No, you don't have Debbie, you'll kill me. I'll take this.
Go on.
Keep that gun, Harrington. We'll need it. All right, both of you. This school is out for good. Let's go.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
present Gangbusters. At war, marching against the underworld. From coast to coast, gangbusters, police, the G-men, our government agents, marching against the underworld.
Tonight, the case of a ghostly prisoner roaming the countryside unrecognized. A mountaineer farmer with a mysterious complex about burglary. A murder in a trailer camp. That's tonight's Gangbusters.
Now picture our setting as a special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Edgar Sims, Chief of Police, Alexandria, Virginia. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Chief Sims, in these times of hidden enemies within our nation, tonight's case is very timely.
It is, Colonel Schwarzkopf, and tonight's case is a very exciting one. You make it sound very unusual, Colonel.
It is, Frank. About an unusually vicious criminal.
Well, Colonel, I don't want to seem to step over into your department, but I know a criminal who in his way is just as undesirable. I'm talking about muscular distress, and anyone who has felt that insidious sudden ache or pain knows just what I mean. Still, I'm happy to report this particular felon has met his match. For the past 50 years, Sloan's liniment has been busy driving the soreness and stiffness out of aching, painful muscles, bringing quick and comforting relief to millions all over the world. Sloan's is the pat-on liniment that works like a heat treatment. All you do is pat on Sloan's. That's all. Just pat it on the sore place. And then like a heat treatment, that gentle warmth seems to get right at that knot of trouble in your stiff neck or sore back. If you happen a bottle of Sloan's on your medicine shelf right now, be sure to ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment when you're doing your shopping tomorrow. All right, Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Well, Chief Sims, at what point do you intend to start tonight's case?
August 21st, 1938, at 7:15 that morning, in an outlying section of McCreary County in the Kentucky hills, Mrs. Godfrey was struggling with a dog in a farmyard.
Now, hold still. Open your mouth, Tiger, like a good dog. Lie still there now. Here, Tiger. Open your mouth.
Howdy, Mrs. Godfrey.
Oh.
What's the trouble?
Plenty's the trouble, Mr. Buchanan. Help me with my dog here, will you?
What's the matter?
He's been poisoned. Hold his jaws open while I pour this vinegar down his throat. Now, look out he don't bite.
Yeah, I got him. But just vinegar won't help him. I don't reckon.
Why, vinegar's always good for poison, so I've heard.
Quiet.
Hold him, Mr. Buchanan. Knocked the vinegar bottle right out of my hand.
Look out. I gotta let him go. He's trying to bite me.
I never thought you had it in you to shoot even a dog, Mr. Buchanan.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Godfrey, but he was in such pain he'd have bitten both of us.
Poor Tiger. I guess we should have shot him ourselves when we first found him like this.
How long ago was that?
Half an hour ago, just before Mr. Godfrey left.
Where'd Mr. Godfrey go?
Sheriff. Somebody poisoned Tiger and then robbed the house while we was asleep.
That's right funny.
What?
I got my trailer parked over at the tourist camp in Pulaski County.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before I left the trailer camp, I heard 3 farmhouses over there were robbed last night. And in every case, the dogs were poisoned.
Well, we'll see what the sheriff has to say. Oh, I suppose, Mr. Buchanan, you've brought the wicker seat and willow basket I ordered last spring.
Yeah. I've got those things already woven for you, Mrs. Godfrey. They're right in the car, and I'll get them for you.
Attention, all Southeast Kentucky sheriffs and police. 8 houses burglarized last night while occupants were asleep. Watchdogs poisoned before each robbery.
So there you are, Mrs. Godfrey. Looking at cars yourself tonight, huh?
Mr. Buchanan, you're quite a stranger.
You didn't stop by on your way north this spring.
No, I didn't, Mrs. Godfrey. This year I got some wonderful new baskets to sell.
Oh?
I wove every one of them myself. Mr. Godfrey home?
No. Seems like Mr. Godfrey's never home when you call, Mr. Buchanan.
Matter. Some word.
Well, Mr. Godfrey does go away from home a heap more than he used to. He ain't been the same since that time we got robbed last year.
How do you mean, ma'am?
Well, he swears he's going to catch the burglar who robbed us and kill him. He's left standing word with the sheriff to call him up any hour, night or day, when there's another burglary hereabouts.
You mean there's been more robberies since last year?
Oh, mercy me. One last night over in Wilton and another one night before last in 4 Acre. Mr. Godfrey says there'll be another one tonight, too.
Another tonight?
Mm.
How does your husband get all this advance information?
Seems like he just feels it in his bones. Like last night. Why, Mr. Godfrey was off for the sheriff's on a hunch almost 3/4 of an hour before the sheriff called him up about the Wilton robbery.
These robberies have been going on regular in these parts, Mrs. Godfrey.
Yeah, they sure have. They come and go by spasms. Well, if you'll come up to the house, I'll look over your basket.
Here, let me carry those milk trails.
Oh, thank you.
But you get a little frightened, Mrs. Godfrey, staying alone so many nights while Mr. Godfrey's away?
No, Mr. Godfrey's going to fix up the farm with burglar alarms. We won't depend on a watchdog anymore.
Oh.
Attention. Third burglary in southeast Kentucky on third night in succession. Godfrey farmhouse pillaged second time in 2 years. Watchdog poison.
Warning. New outbreak of robberies in Greene County, Tennessee. Same localities burglarized as were looted mysteriously last year at same time.
Colonel Schwarzkopf, the Cumberland Mountain region was up in arms by this time, but the wave of burglary subsided as quickly as it had arisen, just as it did the year before. Then another year passed.
And another epidemic of robberies broke out, Chief Sims?
Yes, but not in the same territory, Colonel Schwarzkopf. From July to November 1940, dwellings were burglarized through northern Virginia. In the office of Fairfax County, Virginia, Detective Henry McGarrity and Detective Lieutenant A.R. Stanley of the Alexandria City Police questioned one of the recent robbery victims.
Mr. Wilkins, just before your house was burglarized, there were a couple of strangers seen around your place.
Yes, Detective Stanley. The day before my house was robbed, a fellow came around and he tried to sell me some baskets and seat covers he'd woven.
Came around to sell you woven baskets and seat covers, huh?
Yes, Detective McGarrety, and the next day he came back again.
Returned the day after the robbery, huh?
Yes, sir. He said he thought that I'd told him I might think over buying some of his goods.
Did you ever see this man before, Mr. Wilkins?
No, but he sold one of my neighbors a willow bark basket. And he mentioned having a trailer over at the tourist camp by Alexandria.
What about the other man who came to see you, Mr. Wilkins?
Well, he acted kind of like a nut. He said his name was Godfrey, and he came from down in Kentucky. Said his own house had been robbed twice, and 2 of his watchdogs killed. And it got him so mad that he's been chasing around the country ever since, trying to catch the burglar who did it. He's supposed to be the best shot in Kentucky, too.
Didn't you tell me this Godfrey showed up at your house a few hours after the robbery?
Yes, sir.
Must have driven like the wind to get here from the Cumberland Mountains. It's over a 600-mile trip. The report on the robbery didn't go out on a teletype until nearly dawn, did it, Lieutenant Stanley?
5:25, to be exact.
A basket weaver at a trailer camp in Alexandria, and a mountain farmer from Kentucky, both showing up the day after Wilkins' house was burglarized. Something very strange here.
Chief Sims, I know this case is approaching its climax.
And the most stirring and spectacular one, too, Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Yes, but before you tell us about it, Frank Gallup would like to make a few predictions.
Well, predicting the future isn't as difficult as it sounds, Colonel Schwarzkopf. For instance, I can predict right now that hundreds of thousands of people are going to be plagued by muscular aches and pains during the next 6 or 7 months. How do I know? Because that time of year is known as liniment time, when folks everywhere count on Sloan's to avoid needless discomfort caused by simple muscular distress. Most of them are already prepared, with a full bottle of Sloan's liniment ready and waiting on the medicine shelf for the first twinge of pain. Now, for those of you who are not ready, I have this friendly tip. Get a bottle of Sloan's at your favorite drugstore as soon as possible. Muscular aches and pains, as you know only too well, strike suddenly, without warning. Overexertion on your job, a slight accident, or overexposure to blustery wind and rain often results in stiff, sore muscles that make your life miserable. When you have a bottle of dependable Sloan's Liniment handy, though, you can expect quick and comforting relief in just about a jiffy. Sloan's, you know, is the pat-on liniment. That's all you do, just pat it on the sore place. And like a heat treatment, Sloan's goes right to work, helping to loosen and relax those tight muscles. So make sure you have a bottle of Sloan's Liniment on your medicine shelf at all times. Well, Colonel Schwarzkopf, I've finished with my predictions. What did Lieutenant Stanley find in that trailer camp?
I was just going to ask that question of Chief Sims myself, Frank. Chief Sims, did Lieutenant Stanley and Detective McGarrity go to the trailer camp at Alexandria, Virginia?
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. But the basket weaver, Buchanan, whom they were looking for, had left. The other campers told the investigators Buchanan had set off with his trailer for the Cumberland Gap. The Virginia police thereupon got in touch with Middlesbrough's captain of police, Barton.
Wallace, Deputy King.
Yes, Captain Barton?
Want me, Captain Barton? Yes, here's a flash from the Virginia police. They want us to pick up Clyde Buchanan for questioning. The trailer's parked at the trailer camp just outside of Middlesbrough here.
Why, I've known Clyde Buchanan all my life, Captain Barton. Why do you suppose the Virginia police want Buchanan for questioning?
I'm puzzled. Clyde Buchanan's a fine man. But we'd better go out to the trailer camp and see him. Yeah, that's Buchanan's trailer right at the end of this lane.
Look, Captain Barton. Buchanan's coming out to meet us.
Hello, Sheriff Wallace. Captain Barton.
Lieutenant.
What brings you gents out here? Well, Clyde, to tell you the truth, we've come to see you. Me? What for?
Well, the Virginia police seem to think you've had something to do with some robberies.
You don't mean you're arresting me? Well, that's the most... There's some kind of a mistake here. All right, I'll go with you and straighten it out. Just wait till I get a hat and coat. Just a minute, Clyde. You got a gun on you? I always carry a gun. You know that. Driving nights and stopping in lonely places sometimes like I do.
Well, you'd better give us the gun, Buchanan.
Sure.
I'll give you that gun, all right. You shot the sheriff. Stop! Halt, Buchanan! You stop, Captain. Where you are. I'm shooting you too, Deputy. Not if I get you first.
You're crazy trying to shoot it out with me, Deputy. I shot the gun right out of your hand. Now I'm finishing the job.
Oh, no. Your gun's empty.
The sheriff's safe.
Hold him! Get Buchanan! There he goes! Into those cowboys! Right! Out of the fire! Go out! That sheriff Wallace is about it! Hey, out! Come back here, Hey!
Who's in charge here?
I am. I'm County Attorney Fred Miller.
Well, I'm Detective McGarrity from Fairfax County, Virginia. We're the ones who sent you the call that we wanted Buchanan for questioning.
I know. Now we want him for murder.
Yes, so I've heard.
If it's burglary evidence you're looking for, you'll find plenty in Buchanan's trailer over there. Chloroform, several different kinds of poison, and more money than a man could honestly make weaving baskets.
What about this fellow Godfrey? His action struck us as suspicious, too.
Godfrey?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Farmer Godfrey?
That's right.
Well, he's innocent, but I don't know how long he's going to be.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
They tell me Godfrey's set off without authority as a one-man posse to track Buchanan down by himself. Now, if Godfrey does catch him, he'll kill him. He's cracked on the subject.
When are you starting after Buchanan?
Right away. We're giving the bloodhounds a scent now. Come on along, if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Here you are, boy. Take a good smell of this.
What's that?
That's part of one of Buchanan's shirts. You take another sniff, boy. That's it.
Say, this dog don't look big enough to travel with a pack.
He's still a puppy. Never been out before, but this case will give him training.
He's a cunning little thing.
Here you are, puppy. Come on now, sniff again. That's a good little puppy. All ready, men? All right, let the hounds off the leashes.
That's funny, Miller. The hounds led us right up this mountain trail. Now they're running around in circles again.
They've lost the scent, McGarity. Buchanan knows his mountains and his dogs. He's crossed his high and dry railroad bed so the wind would carry off his scent.
Well, I be... Say, where's the little fella?
Little fella?
Yeah, the puppy.
Well, George, you're right. Where is he?
Hip up. Here, Tiny. Come on, Tiny. Go get him, boys. Go find your little pal. Here, Tiny. Come on, pup.
Look, there goes one of the hounds down that ravine.
After him, boys. Go get him.
They picked up Buchanan's trail, I guess.
They picked up something fresh, but they don't act as though they were on Buchanan's trail. Come on.
Right.
Hey, men, follow us.
Well, here's the bottom of the valley. Now, where are the hounds?
Listen. See, they found something over there in that thicket.
What's that?
Come on, there's somebody in there.
Hello? Posse! Surround that thicket.
Let's go, McGarry.
Right.
Throw your dogs off, mister.
All right, down, boys. Down, quiet. All right, youngster, climb down out of that tree.
Hey, this young fella's hurt. He's got a big gash on his head.
No, I'm all right now.
What happened, young fella?
I don't know. I was hunting squirrels, and all of a sudden something hit me on the head. When I came to, my rifle and squirrels were gone. There was a little dog sniffing a piece of raw meat. And then the whole pack came along.
A little dog? Where?
Well, right over there where the big hounds are.
All right, go away, boys. Go away. Get away from that meat.
Dead. The poor little pup.
Yes. Buchanan must have had a vial of poison on him and poisoned this piece of squirrel meat to throw the hounds off again.
That dirty yellow skunk.
He was a good hound. He'd been killed on his first hunt. But he set us back on that killer's trail. Buchanan can't be very far away.
Say, if you fellas are a posse, I'd like to go along with you. I'd like my rifle back.
Great Scott, I'd forgotten that. Buchanan has this boy's rifle now.
Son, you better stay behind. We'll bring your rifle back for you.
And Buchanan, dead or alive. Come on, hounds, sniff. Take another smell of this shirt. Good smell. That's it. Now, don't lose the scent again. All right, that's enough. Now, go find him. Go find the rat who killed your little pal. Well, that's where Buchanan went, all right, McGarity. Dogs lost the trail again at the foot of this cliff. That means that Buchanan must have climbed up the cliff.
But he never could reach the top, Miller.
No, he's most likely in that cave, halfway up with a crevice above it. We'll just wait till the rest of the posse have taken their position.
Come down out of there, Buchanan. You don't, I'll go up and get you.
Who's that?
That wasn't one of our posse. It's Farmer Godfrey back of that rock.
Godfrey?
Yes. We got to stop him from committing murder. Hey, Godfrey, keep out of this.
I'll keep out of nothing. I'm going to get that killer Buchanan.
I'll have to go over there and stop him.
Yeah, but you'll expose yourself to Buchanan if you do.
Buchanan's held his fire so far, that's a chance I'll have to take. You stay here and keep that cave covered.
All right. You're a fool, Attorney Miller. Buchanan might have picked you off crawling over here like that.
You look here, Godfrey. Buchanan's saving his fire till it means something. It's more than you've been doing.
I'll shoot it out for Buchanan any day. I'll stand in the open and let him stay in that cave and still knock the finger off his trigger when I see his gun flash. He's robbed my home twice, and he's a killer.
You'll have to have mighty good eyesight, Godfrey, to see a gun flash up in that dark cave.
I ain't fixing to stay here. I'm going up after Buchanan right now.
You move 1 foot beyond this rock, and I'll shoot you.
Why, that snake in the grass Buchanan robbed my house twice, poisoned 2 of my dogs. You'll shoot me if I go after him. What kind of law is that?
It's law and order, Godfrey. You can't take the law into your own hands. That's my duty.
Well, what are you planning to do?
I'm going to make a dash for that boulder up ahead. I'm going up after Buchanan myself.
Well, all right. I'll hold my fire. But if Buchanan gets you, I won't hold off any longer.
All right, that's a promise, Godfrey. Wish me luck. Garrity, well, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay back.
I made a dash for this rock just the same as you did, Miller.
We'll be mighty lucky if he doesn't get one of us. Buchanan?
We know you're up in that cave. You'd better surrender, Buchanan.
Buchanan isn't biting.
I'll try once more.
Come down, Buchanan, or we're coming up for you.
That got a response all right. That bullet came within a split inch of my ear.
That was a warning that Buchanan doesn't intend to be taken alive.
Hey, look, there he goes, creeping out of the cave.
Making for the crevice above, we'll have a better cover. Well, it's now or never.
You've got him, Miller.
Yes,
You've got him.
Yes, he's falling, and he'll land right here at our feet.
Well, there he is. Don't look much like a killer now. That's the end of Buchanan.
And the end of the mystery of poisoned dogs and burglaries in Kentucky.
Colonel Schwarzkopf, the final revelation that widely respected Clyde Buchanan had been the secret scourge of 3 states was a shock to the countryside.
I can understand that, Chief Tim. He was a man who really led a double life.
Colonel Schwarzkopf, this may surprise you, but Sloan's liniment leads a double life, too. Men and women with tough jobs now keep a bottle of Sloan's in their lockers at plants and factories, as well as on the medicine shelves at home. You see, Sloan's is so easy to use that all you need are a few minutes at lunchtime or during a rest period. With Sloan's, there's no need for hard, painful massaging. All you have to do is pat Sloan's liniment on, and then relax for a while. And as you do, Sloan's penetrating warmth goes to work like a heat treatment. While in almost no time at all, Sloan's helps you find quick and comforting relief. Don't let the suffering caused by simple muscular aches and pain slow you down. Let Sloan's help you maintain the top speed all America is aiming for. The top speed America needs in every job, your job. Protect yourself from the stiffness and soreness that so frequently follows accident, overexertion, or overexposure to bad weather. Pick up a bottle of Sloan's liniment tomorrow on the way down to work, and keep it in your locker always. And now, Gangbusters Clues. Wanted, most dangerous and ruthless criminals at large today. Number 1.
Basil Hugh Banghart, alias the Owl, 42, 5 feet 8 inches, 156 pounds, graying chestnut hair, blue-gray eyes, distinguishing marks, hair comes to arrow points, bald left and right front. Hair comes to arrow points, bald left and right front. May wear toupee to cover this. Wrinkles across forehead. Wrinkles across forehead. Raised scar upper right chin. Raised scar upper right chin. Mole left cheek. Mole on left cheek. Eyes have owl-like appearance. Eyes have owl-like appearance. May wear glasses to cover owl-like eyes. May wear hat or toupee to cover bald spots front of head. May wear glasses to cover owl-like eyes.
Urgently wanted criminals, number 2.
Roger Toohey, 44, 5 feet 5 3/4 inches, 139 pounds, graying chestnut hair, blue eyes, distinguishing marks, hawk-like nose turned to left, hawk-like nose turned to left, mole below right side of nose, mole below right side of nose, prominent lump left side of neck, prominent lump left side of neck, lower lip turns under, lower lip turns under, amputated right thumb tip, right thumb tip amputated, may wear gloves to cover this defect.
Urgently wanted criminal, number 3.
Matthew Nelson, 40, 5 feet 10 3/4 inches, 149 pounds, chestnut hair, scar right forehead, deep set grayish blue eyes, protruding chin. Repeating, scar right forehead, deep set grayish blue eyes, protruding chin.
Urgently wanted criminal number 4.
James O'Connor, 36, 5 feet 5 3/4 inches, 157 pounds, dark wavy hair, yellow-gray eyes, gunshot wound just above left elbow, left arm stiffened. Repeating, left arm stiffened from effects of gunshot wound above elbow.
Urgently wanted criminal number 5.
William Stewart, 45, 6 feet 1/2 inch, 179 pounds, dark graying hair, long straight nose, greenish gray eyes, round receding chin, has upper plate of false teeth, lower bridge of false teeth, mole, upper left part of head, scar, tip left index finger. Repeating, upper plate of false teeth, lower bridge of false teeth, mole, upper left part of head, scar, tip left index finger.
Urgently wanted criminal number 6.
St. Clair McInerney, 31, 5 feet 9 1/2 inches, 159 pounds, wavy brown hair, short nose, yellow slate eyes, face thick collar, heavy blouse, scar base of left thumb, scar base of left thumb.
These subjects wanted for recent escape, Statesville Penitentiary, Joliet, Illinois. Governor, State of Illinois, has offered reward $1,000 for information leading to apprehension or delivery each these men to Statesville Penitentiary. Warning, these men reported armed and extremely dangerous. These men armed and extremely dangerous.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. And now, here's what Philip H. Lord has planned for next week.
Gangbusters friends, next week for Sloan's Liniment, the startling case of the Wolverine, the slinking terror of the Northland who stole out of the giant forests to strike with snarling savagery, midnight vigil in a deserted railroad station, and the eerie voice that came over the telephone, the paper napkin that led to the lonely snowbound cabin, then the race between the thundering express train and the police on a handcar in a desperate attempt to capture the Wolverine.
That's next week's Sloan's Liniment presentation of Gangbusters.
Gangbusters is a Philip H. Lord production which has originated in New York. Dedicated to the strength of the nation, now heard on 1,000 radio stations. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Ruth Warwick in The Angel of Clarksville, a United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. And here is your Theater of Stars host, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.T. McGregor.
Thank you. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome again to Proudly We Hail, where each week you meet your favorite star in a story we're sure you'll like. Of all the actresses who made radio a stepping stone to motion pictures, none has achieved more dramatic success than our star, Ruth Warwick. Ruth is a distinguished alumnus of that very famous radio repertory company, the Orson Welles Mercury Theater. And we're delighted to welcome her back to the microphone in the starring role of Nellie Johnson in our tender and moving drama, The Angel of Clarksville. We raise the curtain for Act One in a moment. But first, a brief message from Wendell Niles.
Guardians of the Peace. That's your regular Army and U.S. Air Force. But who are these guardians? They are the young men from your town and from towns, farms, and cities all over the United States. They are alert, ambitious young men. They are improving themselves by education and by training. They are following worthy careers in a worthy work, the work of keeping the peace. This is your regular Army and U.S. Air Force. Now, once again, our producer.
And now the curtain rises on Act One of The Angel of Clarksville, starring Ruth Warwick as Nellie Johnson. You may well know it from the Bible, Isaiah chapter 54. No weapon that is formed against thee will prosper. I'm sure no one demonstrated that great truth more eloquently than Nellie Johnson. Had you lived in Clarksville or thereabouts, you'd have heard of Nellie. She was the friend of everybody.
I suppose I did have lots of friends, but, well, then, so did many others in Clarksville. Everything had been going along without much happening. Till that night, Fred came home so late. Fred's my husband. He worked at the bank. I was sewing when he came in. That you, Fred?
Yes, Nellie.
Where's you been?
Uptown.
But it's so late, Fred.
I know it's late.
You've been out so much at night.
You don't have to hop at me. You don't have to yell at me every time I come into this house.
I'm not yelling at you.
It's getting so I hate to come home.
You'd better get to bed.
What kind of a home is this?
You'll find clean pajamas in the dresser.
Always somebody badgering.
I'm sorry, Fred.
Oh, Nell, I guess I'm the one who does all the yelling. Please forgive me.
Oh, it's late, dear. You're tired.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm fixing up this dress.
No. Why don't you go down and get a new dress?
Have you seen our bills?
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid I have.
Oh, never mind. It was nice of you to think of it. Fred had always been like that. As long as I could remember. Even in the few short years ago that seemed so long ago. Even in that wonderful time of dreams.
Hey, Nellie!
Yes?
Wait a minute! Hello, Cookie.
Who are you being so familiar?
I'm your favorite boyfriend, remember?
I most certainly don't.
Nellie, where you going?
Why, to school, silly, of course. Not that you'd even know the way anymore.
Nellie, it's too nice to go to school today.
Oh, it is.
Sure, come on. Take a walk with me.
No.
Ah, Nellie, what are you going to do inside that old school? Nothing. But with me, I'll pick you out a couple of dreams right out of the sky and make them come true.
Well,
You can't say no to me, Nellie. You know that. Why, Nellie, someday when you and I get married, I'm going to say, what do you want more than anything else? And what'll you say?
Well, I don't know. I'll probably say I want you.
No, that's taken for granted. What do you really want? A car? A chauffeur to drive it? Clothes?
Clothes? Well, yes, I would like a pink organdy dress. Yes, a beautiful pink organdy dress.
One dress? Why, listen, Nellie, I'll buy you a whole closet full of them.
A closet full of dresses. Dreams. That was years ago, and I never got that organdy dress. But I have what I want more than anything else in the world. That's Fred. Well, the next morning after I got Fred off to work, I had a visitor. She was Susan. That's the little girl who lives next door with her Uncle Bert. She was just tall enough to reach the doorknob to let herself in.
Hello, Nellie.
Hello, Susan. Well, I can't imagine what's on your mind.
If you can't, I can. Cookies.
No.
Yes.
Well, now before I open the cookie jar and give you some, you'll have to earn them. First, what's 2 and 2?
4.
Mm-hmm. 4 and 4?
8.
And 8 and 8?
I only want 2 cookies, Nellie.
All right, dear. But remember now, 8 and 8 is 16.
16.
Mm-hmm. Now, here are your cookies.
Thank you. You know, someday I'm going to come in here and give you the answer to 94,203 and 79 million.
You are?
That's when I want the jackpot.
All right, Susan, dear. That ought to win the jackpot.
You know, it's a shame, Nellie.
What's the shame?
Somebody as nice as you has to live with somebody.
What do you mean, Susan?
My Uncle Bert said it. He doesn't think much of your daddy. He says he's going to get into trouble.
Susan, now that isn't nice to say about anyone. But I wonder what your Uncle Bert meant.
I don't know. Gee, these cookies are good. Why are you so good to all the children in the neighborhood?
Because all children are angels, dear. Now, you better scamper along. And tell your Uncle Bert I want to have a talk with him later on. Why is it that you fly on the high winds 1 minute and only to go into a tailspin? That's the only way of life. I thought of Susan, how dear she is. And I thought of Fred and myself. This was long before Susan and Uncle Bert moved next door. I thought of Fred, me, that mad ride through the night, our baby.
Well, what do you think of this bus?
Fine, but you're driving so fast.
Fast? Are you kidding? Why, I haven't got this baby halfway to the floor. Watch us go now.
Fred, the doctor said to be careful.
How's that acceleration?
Fred, did you stop at the tavern?
Hey, take it easy.
Fred, look out. Look out there. Look out. Is that you, Fred?
Yes, Nellie.
Where am I, Fred? Where am I?
You're in the hospital, Nellie.
Oh. What did the doctor say?
You're going to be all right.
Yes, but... Oh, Fred, I wanted my baby. I wanted my baby. But then I had another little angel, Susan. Not quite all my own, to be sure, but part mine. I spent the rest of the morning hanging out clothes. Susan and Uncle Bert came over early that afternoon, just as I was about to start over to his place.
Nellie, what's wrong? Has that youngster been talking again?
She most certainly has. And I wonder why you tell her such things.
Well, what did Susan say?
Well, she said that you felt sorry for me. That Fred was heading for trouble.
I swan, but I bought trouble trying to be a father to that girl. That little monkey has a pair of built-in earphones.
I'm not interested in that. I want to know why you said that to her.
Now, wait a minute, Nellie. I'm not getting mixed up in somebody else's business.
You'd better tell me, Bert.
I'm not one to pass along miserable information. That just happened to slip out.
But I want to know.
You're forcing my hand, Nellie.
That I am.
All right, Nellie. I'll get something off my chest which has been bothering me for some time.
Let's have it.
I hate to see anyone as good as you heading for a lot of trouble.
Get to the point, Bert.
All right, I will. I was over to Chase City the other night.
Yes?
And there's a cafe over there with a gambling hall. Bad business. I happened to be there the other night.
Well?
Fred was there.
Well, he's a grown man. Has the right to go where he pleases.
But he was playing, Nellie, with the kind of stakes nobody in this town can afford.
All right, Bert. Please, don't tell anyone else.
I won't.
Thank you. Fred, where are you going tonight?
Into town.
Why?
I've got business, that's why.
Fred, Bert saw you in that place. You've been gambling.
All right, so I have.
But why? Tell me why.
Because I want a few things $60 a week at the bank won't buy. Because I want you to have some of the things that have been denied you.
Well, you'll never make it that way.
I'm doing all right.
Never. Fred, remember, you used to say to me, I'll pick you out a couple of dreams right out of the sky and make them come true.
Sure, I remember.
When will you understand, Fred, that I have the only dream I ever really wanted? You.
Oh, Nellie, don't talk like that. You make me feel terrible.
Fred, you always did get your way with me. But I'm asking you, please leave the gambling alone. Fred, What are you doing home at this time of day?
Nellie, I'm in trouble.
Fred.
Serious trouble.
Fred, what's happened?
I've been gambling over at Chase City. I've drawn on the bank.
Oh, not the bank.
Oh, it's too late now.
How much, Fred? How much?
$2,000.
$2,000.
I've covered as well as I can, but I'm up to my neck.
Oh, Fred, how could you?
They declared a company order for tomorrow. They'll catch the short at Shule.
Oh, Fred, how could you? How could you do such a thing?
It was for us, Nellie.
For us. For us. Can you stand there as a man and blandly tell me it was for us?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nellie.
You're sorry. Don't you see this can mean prison for you?
It's over and done with, Nellie.
Over and done with. You're so right. Tell me, does anyone else know about it?
Of course not. No one except you.
All right. You get back to work.
Yes, Nellie.
Don't make a move. Don't let on anything has happened. We have until tomorrow. That's little enough time, and I need time to think. I hustled Fred off to the bank, but I scarcely had time to consider anything. And there was a knock on the back door. Oh.
Excuse me, Nellie. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry to bother you, but Susan is very sick to her stomach. I don't know quite what to do.
Oh, well, I think I know what's wrong. I'll be right over. Well, Susan, are you feeling better?
A little, Nellie.
Where does it hurt you, dear?
My stomach.
Just as I thought, Fred. No temperature.
No, I knew she didn't have any temperature.
Susan, while I was hanging up my clothes, did you get into the cookie jar?
I'm afraid I did.
Susan.
I ate all the cookies in the jar. I hit the jackpot.
Well, Susan, I'm afraid we're in the same boat. I just hit the jackpot, too.
We pause briefly from our story, The Angel of Clarksville, starring Ruth Warwick, to bring you an important message.
Veterans, how'd you like to be a member of America's Guard of Honor, the 82nd Airborne Division? Well, listen to this. You can enlist directly for the 82nd or for 7 other Army outfits, all now stationed in this country. Here are the requirements. You must have served outside continental United States after September 1st, 1945. And this goes for ex-service men of all branches. If you qualify, you may enlist for any one of these 8 organizations. Besides the 82nd, you can choose the 2nd, the 4th, 5th, or 9th Infantry Divisions, or the 2nd and 3rd Armored, or the 2nd Engineer Special Brigade. And get this, good soldiers will be guaranteed at least 3 years with the outfit you have chosen. Many of you will be able to re-enlist in the non-commissioned ranks up through sergeant. How about it, veterans? Get the details for yourself. Check with your local Army recruiting office right away.
And now, Act 2 of The Angel of Clarksville, starring Ruth Warwick as Nellie Johnson. With her husband facing prison as a result of having gambled and lost $2,000 of the bank's money, and with but 24 hours to replace it before the bank audit is made, Nellie frantically searches for a way out of the dilemma.
Frantically is the word. I'd faced many things before, but nothing quite so serious as this. How to raise $2,000 in cash. I was in the midst of trying to find a solution when Uncle Bert came over to tell me about Susan.
I just dropped in to report on the patient. Susan's feeling much better.
I'm glad to hear that.
She probably won't be over bothering you for cookies for a while.
I'll have to dig up something else for Susan. You know, Bert, we almost feel that Susan belongs partly to us.
Well, isn't that nice? I wanted to thank you for all you've done, Nellie, but I've never really had the chance. You see, for some time now, Susan has had neither mother nor father.
I've often wondered about that.
So you can understand how grateful I am to you. And I knew you'd want to know the crisis is past.
Well, Bert, I'm glad that one is. Fred came home that evening. The audit was scheduled for the next morning. Fred was completely unstrung, and for the first time in my life, I felt I didn't know which way to turn.
What are we going to do, Nellie?
I don't know what we're going to do.
Oh, Nellie, how could I ever bring this down upon you?
Don't ask me that now. I'm trying to think. Fred, Fred, what is the name of the place over in Chase City where you lost the money?
The Club Marino.
Where's my hat?
Oh, right here. Where are you going?
I'm going over to talk to them. It's a chance. Keep a good thought for me. I drove over to Chase City faster than I'd ever driven before. I entered the Club Marino and asked for the manager. I was ushered into a room to face a heavy-set man behind a huge mahogany desk. Are you the manager?
No, lady, I'm not. Mr. Delane is not in.
Oh, well, perhaps you can help me.
Perhaps.
My name is Nellie Johnson. My husband lost a considerable sum of money here.
Well, that happens every day, Mrs. Johnson.
But the money my husband lost didn't belong to him. Unless he can replace it by tomorrow morning, he faces prison.
How much was it?
$2,000.
Well, that's a lot of money, and I'm very sorry, but I don't know what I can do for
But
you.
I thought perhaps I might be able to borrow it.
This ain't a bank, lady. I'm sorry.
Of course. Well, thanks.
What's that, Phil? That's some dame by the name of Nellie Johnson. Trying to borrow the $2,000 her husband dropped here.
Why did she come here?
Evidently the dough didn't belong to her husband.
What did you say her name was?
Nellie Johnson.
Call my car right away.
Well, Nellie?
No luck. It was a long shot.
I knew it would never happen. Something's up already.
What do you mean?
Mr. Victory at the bank just called. He wants me to come over to his home.
Mr. Vickery?
He's found out that $2,000 is missing.
Oh, no.
But he doesn't suspect me. He's asking me for advice on the other boys in the bank.
Well, you've got to stall him, Fred.
I know. But when the bank opens tomorrow morning and they check my accounts, I'm through.
They'd still leave tonight, Fred.
I better get over to Victory's.
Yes, I'll go with you.
No, Nellie, I'll walk over alone. It isn't far. I'll call you.
Fred was gone. And for some reason, it seemed that everything left with him as he walked out. I felt so many things. Love, disappointment, pity. How could I help him? I was sitting there alone when the screen door opened.
Anybody home?
Come in, Bert. Susan.
Hello, Nellie.
Susan and I were out for a walk. She just wanted to say good night to you.
Good night, Nellie.
Good night, my dear.
You look tired, Nellie.
I do?
Yes. You've been worrying, haven't you?
Yes, dear. I have.
I promise you I won't get in your cookie jar ever again. Please don't worry anymore.
I wish that was all I had to worry about.
What's this?
It's nothing.
I'll put Susan to bed, then I'll be back, Nellie. It's Fred, isn't it, Nellie?
Yes, Fred. He's in bad trouble.
I saw it coming. Is he involved at the bank?
Yes. Yes, he is. Bert, I've got to have $2,000 in cash by tomorrow morning.
$2,000? Well, I wish I could help you.
Oh, I hated to ask you, but Bert, Fred isn't bad. Not really bad.
Well, no one is, Nellie.
He's just made a mistake. He's wanted so many things, Bert, for me. Ever since I first knew him, he was like that.
I know, Nellie.
I used to dream all his dreams with him. I used to make myself believe that everything he wanted he would have. I used to pray for that.
You've been too good to him, Nellie.
Oh, how can you say that?
I'm sorry. But someday you'll realize, Nellie, you can't live Fred's life for him, no matter how you try.
First left. For the first time since I married Fred, I had a feeling Bert was right. Perhaps it was true. Whatever Fred did, he should be held responsible. I was waiting for Fred to return from Mr. Vickery's house when there was a knock on the door. Well?
Are you Nellie Johnson?
Yes.
I'm Tony Delane. I run the Club Marino.
Oh, yes, Mr. Delane. Come in, please.
Thank you. You were down at the club earlier this evening, weren't you?
Yes.
I'm sorry I just missed you. Mrs. Johnson, I have something here for you.
For me?
In this envelope. I think it will help you out of your difficulties.
Mr. DeLay.
I know you wouldn't accept it any other way. I'm making it in the form of a loan. Pay me when you catch me.
Oh, Mr. Delane, how can I ever thank you for your generosity?
I'm the one who should do the thanking here, Mrs. Johnson. You see, I'm repaying a very large debt to you.
To me? But I don't understand.
You will when I tell you this. The little girl next door, Suzanne, is my niece.
Your niece?
Yes, my sister's child. My sister was a widow, and when she passed away, I did everything I could to try to help the child. But the other side of Suzanne's family wouldn't accept my help.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
I very rarely see or talk to Susan's Uncle Fred, but each time I do, he has told me how wonderful you have been to Suzanne.
Oh, you're very kind.
I'm very grateful to you. And I hope to see you again soon.
You most certainly will, Mr. Delane. You know, I've never been called a diplomat, but, well, Uncle Bert's a very good friend of mine, and perhaps I can get him to know you better.
You work on that.
I certainly will.
Good night, Mrs. Johnson.
Good night. What a break. I tried to call Fred at Mr. Vickery's, but the line was busy, so I jumped in a car and hurried over to the Vickery house. When I arrived at the house, I ran up to the door. Hello, Mr. Vickery. It's Fred.
Oh, Mrs. Johnson, I tried to call you.
Oh?
I'm very sorry for you, Nellie.
Oh, no, Mr. Vickery.
Well, what could I do? Fred confessed everything to me. I had to turn him over to the police.
I didn't wait to explain, to argue, to do anything. I rushed down to the police station. They had me wait in a room for Fred to enter. Oh, darling.
Nellie.
Fred, I have the money. I have the $2,000.
You do? But how, Nellie?
Oh, don't ask me now. But, Fred, why did you tell Mr. Vickery? Why didn't you wait?
Oh, it's too late now.
Fred, we were bound to lick it.
It's just as well, Nellie.
How can you talk like that?
You're so good. But, well, I'm glad it happened like this.
But the papers will have it, dear. Everyone in town will know. Don't you realize, regardless of whether we return the money, they're bound to prosecute?
I suppose so, but it's only right, Nellie. For the first time, I'm facing my own music. You don't know how good that makes me feel.
Fred.
I'm sorry it has to involve you.
I'm not thinking of myself, Fred.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that.
Darling, it'll work out. This is merely an incident in eternity. A wrong that had to be corrected this way.
Oh, Nellie, you are an angel.
You know, darling, my mother used to tell me that angels are really pure thoughts from God. So we'll hold only the good thoughts. And whatever happens, I'll always love you. And I'll always be waiting for you.
Yes, my angel. Yes.
The curtain falls in the final act of The Angel of Clarksville. Our star, Ruth Warwick, will return for a curtain call after this timely message from Wendell Niles.
Look to the sky, young man. Yes, your future is in the air, and you can make the United States Air Force your career. If you have a high school education or the equivalent, you can choose the Air Force training that most appeals to you. For instance, you can choose photography or radio or communication or an aviation specialty such as control tower operation. And these are only a few of the more than 40 Air Force courses. If you really got the stuff, you can work yourself up to a well-paying position in the non-commissioned ranks. Or just as good, you can apply for aviation cadet pilot training. The aviation career plan is worth looking into, high school graduates. Why don't you talk it over at your nearest U.S. Air Force recruiting station? And don't put it off. Start your career in the Air Force right away. Now here again is our star, Ruth Warwick, and our producer.
It's a genuine pleasure to welcome back to the microphone our star, Ruth Warwick, whose talent as an actress is rivaled only by her personal charm and loveliness. Ruth, we thank you.
Why, thank you. It was fun, C.P.
Now that you've finished Daisy Kenyon, what's occupying your time these days?
Well, C.P., I'm pursuing an old ambition of mine.
You are? What's that, Ruth?
I'm, singing.
Well, Ruth, why didn't we know? We'd have made this a musical.
Oh, why not?
Well, when did all this begin?
Oh, a long time ago. I believe I was about 5 years old when I saw my first show. It happened to be Blossom Time, and I got the urge.
That was the beginning, then.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I started out professionally as a singer, but Being a perfectionist, I guess I expected too much of myself. And I kind of let it slide.
You know, I felt the same way about my golf game many times. But, Ruth, what are you doing with your singing?
Well, right now I'm making the personal album show for servicemen in hospitals and overseas.
That's very fine, Ruth. Well, we'll all be listening for you in a new role. And we know the great accord which you've already received as a dramatic actress will be yours in your new role as a singer. Again, Ruth, thanks for an inspired performance here on Proudly We Hail.
Well, I assure you, CP, Army recruiting is the most worthwhile sponsor one could appear for. But now, before I leave, what's your playbill going to be for next week?
We've a delightful comedy on tap for next week called No Room for Divorce. And our star will be that fine actress of motion pictures, Helen Walker.
Count me in, CP. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye, Ruth Warwick. Goodbye. And now, ladies and gentlemen, join us next week, won't you, when your Theater of Stars presents the gay comedy No Room for Divorce, starring Helen Walker. Until next week, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Our thanks to the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Music was under the direction of Eddie Scrivener. Proudly We Hail is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
My grandmother was the sister of family, famous French artist. Asking the brother that it was peculiar form. How is that your particular ability in the Because my peculiar facility for deduction is possessed in an even greater degree by my brother, Mycroft. Brother? Tell me your brother? I get watching reading books of flabbergasted. Quite normal. Many perfectly nice people have brothers. Is he a senior? Yes, my senior. Yes, his talent is so remarkable. Why have we had an occasion to meet so? Yes, the artistic detective began unaided in reason from an armchair. Mycroft will be the greatest detective that ever lived. He's no ambition and no energy. Rather be considered wrong and take the trouble to prove his own solution. Oh, what's he going to believe? All his books. He has an extraordinary faculty for figures. Year in, year out, he never takes any exercise. He lodges in town now. And when he isn't there, he can be found across the street in the Arginese Club. The Arginese Club? Yeah, curious organization. A club of misanthropes. No member is permitted to take the slightest notice of any other. No talking aloud, except in the stranger's room. Mycroft was one of its founders. Sounds like an intriguing fellow, Mr. Brotherfield. Like to drop around and see him? We can probably find him at this club of his. I'd like to. You know, I'm a massive curiosity. Where's my hat? Dr. Holmes, the place is more like a tomb than a club. Not so loud. Want to have a strung out? No, here comes Mycroft now. Mr. Eagle, that is your Well, what's the matter now, Mycroft? I believe you've met my friend, Dr. Watson. How do you do? Sit down, Dr. Watson, sit down. Now, Holmes, what's the object of your visit? Well, my dear fellow, I've just been telling Dr. Watson about your remarkable powers of deduction. He was so impressed, I brought him around to see you perform. Well, that is really just a hobby with me, Dr. Watson. Can you take those two men coming down the hall, Holmes? Philip Markham, the other? Precisely. What do you make of the other, Dr. Watson? Small doctor, who's had pushed back and several packages on his arm? Well, he's trying to be like a knight in the Roman soldier, I don't. Obviously, Holmes, a very recently discharged. Go to India. With an officer. Well, not a man, and a widower, but with a child. Children, my dear Holmes, children. I'm out of the depths in it. Obviously, my dear Watson. Nevertheless, it's not hard to see that a man with that bearing, expression of authority, and some dates given is a courier, an officer rather than a private. And he's not long from India, for his recent discharge is evident from the fact that he's still wearing his ammunition boots. Isn't the camera astride? And he's got his hat on one side. He's like a skin on one side of his brow. His weight is against his snapper. He's in the artillery. My God, I see that. His complete mourning shows he's lost someone very dear. He's doing his own shopping, so it's probably his wife. He's been buying things for children, a racket, so one is very young. The picture book shows that the second is older child. I'm beginning to believe Holmes is quite right in this. All this is child's play, my dear Dr. Watson. By the way, Sherlock, I have a real problem for you. One after your own heart. Seeing Mr. Moore reminded me of it. Really? I think I've heard you speak of him before. He's a Greek interpreter, isn't he? Greek and other Oriental languages. He's a Greek by birth. I wanted to tell you a remarkable experience he had night before last. I can only catch his eye. Ah, yes. Here he comes. Interesting little fellow. Quite a lot, I should say. Good evening, Miller. Good evening. Good evening, my brother. This is Dr. Watson and my brother, Sherlock Holmes. I'm delighted to meet you. Delighted. He's very anxious to hear the story of the adventure you had the other night. I'm so glad to tell it. The poor man with the sticking plaster on his face. I am so easy in my mind. The police, they will not believe what I say. I'm sure you will give him a start. Well, I'm all attention, Mr. Miller. I'm theatrical, you know. If Susan is heavens, sent for it, St. John's, when I'm country, you'll get themselves in get up, so I'm not surprised for 10 o'clock Monday night. They will stay out of the country. He was a nervous habit of dealing. But he was a great gentleman in this country, so on business, to his house in Hilton. He didn't speak nothing but good. Mr. Adams was from English. It's very obvious. When you come out on Oxford Street, it becomes suspicious. It was around about way for Kensington. It's 11, this is operating. It's now an hour since we left my house. Direction of Kensington at all. Right through, my friend, but we did ride in the fresh air one time, you know? I'm glad that adventure is not. If I cannot prevent upon you to stay, perhaps this little influence can. A blessing, Mr. Miller, for judging quite an efficient persuader, I assure you. Not right. Look content to the police. What are you doing now? I am counting the windows. The castle is chilly, don't you think? Goodness. I regret it's necessary to cut off your view. Since I have no intention of letting you know where you're going, it might be very inconvenient for you to find me again. But this is an approaching. Do you realize what you're doing is quite illegal? Oh, come now, not quite as bad as all that. I'd say somewhat of a liberty, eh, Mr. Nayland? But I'll make it up to you. One thing I warn you, however, do as I say. No one knows where you are, remember, and whether you're in my carriage or in my house, you're equally in my power. You will receive 5 sovereigns for tonight's work, and if you speak to anyone about this, anyone at all, may God have mercy upon your soul. Oh, there we are. Not Kensington, perhaps, but this is my house nonetheless. You will go out first. Don't try to bolt. Remember, I'm stronger than you are. One false move and I will behang your brains. Now, stand to the right of the door, if you please. That's it. Well, I'll lock it for you. Now, walk into the house. There. That's better. You look surprised, Mr. Millis. You didn't expect to find I have such a rich-looking house, eh? No, it is a very handsome place to enjoy kind. My dear fellow, you have a delightful sense of humor. If you'll come this way into the library, we'll find my Greek, yes? In here. One moment, I'll have a word. There. Hello, good evening, my friend. Been enjoying yourself, eh? Pretty good, sir. Yes, Brown. And his face, even his lips, even his ears, the colors were sticking like a good disguise. You'd never recognize him if you should see him again. Also, this way he can get into no trouble because he cannot speak and cannot hear. Oh, don't waste your sympathy on him. It takes his power to end this predicament of his. And, as I said before, he is Greek and understands no English. You will ask him a few questions for me and tell me his answers. So you can see who he is? Well, no, my friend. I have a better way. Here are 2 slates. You may carry on your conversation in writing. Wait, I'll loosen his right hand. There. You're quite ready. Question number 1. Ask him if he's prepared to sign the papers. What did you say? Never. On no condition? Yes? Only if I see my sister married to a great priest whom I know some of the fool. Say the property can never be yours. It implies you will never get it. So you are not doing her any service. Let me hear her say so. Ask him if he realizes the penalty of stubbornness. He cares nothing for himself. Idiot, I'll fix him and I'll show him what's up.
I thought I had you come back.
Sophie, what are you doing down here? I thought I told you to stay upstairs. Don't you stand busy?
You look so queer. It's right to me. Who is that you're hiding behind?
No one.
But there is someone.
Well, or shall I kill him before... I think I'll just try to get away from there. I was going to ask Mr. Latimer had me taken away in the carriage. I even forgot to ask for my 5 centuries. I don't know the side for 50 weeks into the day, neighbor. Why did I try to pray the poor fellow? He haunts me. Tell me what has happened to him by this time. You only knew the name of the week. You might have something to go on. His name? Oh, I know that, Mr. Holmes. How did you find out? I added questions of my own and was urging the interrogations of my host. Short questions. I dared not make them too long for fear I should be suspected. Clever fellow. What did you discover? Not much. We learned that after the request. There is a Greek named Clyde, of Athens, and he's been in this country on 3 weeks. Excellent, my fellow, excellent. Did you take me his steps? Here. What's this? A marked copy of the Daily Mail. Read it. Anybody to find information as to the whereabouts of Paul or Sophie Cotides from Athens will be rewarded. Like courage, Mr. Harris. It was no witness. So far, no answer. But finally, the very porter is beckoning to me. I gathered that there was someone to see me. I will take up the case, Mr. Holmes. Certainly. And in the meantime, Mr. Miller, I should be on my guard about you. Mr. Latimer has doubtless seen these advertisements and knows that you betrayed him. Thank you. I should be most careful. Good evening. Good evening. Curious case, Watson. What do you make of it? Well, very obvious to me is the Greek girl has been carried off by this kind of Latimer. Carried off from where? No. Athens, perhaps? Impossible. Mother spoke only Greek, Latimer spoke only English. The lady spoke both languages. Different? She lived in England some little time, but Latimer had never been to Greece. Well, perhaps she was on the route to England, and was Latimer persuaded her to run away with her. Much more probable. Father hears that the refuge comes over from Greece to gear, goes into the hands of Latimer, who uses violence in order to make him sign his papers, giving him the girl's fortune. Like how are we going to find where Latimer's house is? We shall try to trace down the girl. Our only fear is some sudden act of violence on Latimer's part. If he gives us time, we will get him. Beg pardon, sir. What is it, Parson? A note for you, sir, from the Daily Mail. You said to let you know at once if one came. Very good, Parson. Give it to me. In answer to your advertisement, a woman calling herself Sophie Cotides has been living for the past few weeks at the Myrtles, Buchanan. Excellent. Parsons, will you tell Mr. Mayers that we've had an answer to his advertisement? Mr. Mayers has gone out, sir. About 15 minutes ago. A gentleman called for him in a carriage. Mr. Mayers didn't seem really too glad to see him. Done quite right he did. But the gentleman said something to him. Just like I couldn't hear. And off they went together. What was the gentleman like? A tall young man, I should say, sir. And he giggled. It's Latimer. It is serious. Ellis has been terrorized into going with him for a second time. Hurry, Watson. We must reach the Myrtles before it's too late. This is to the place, Watson. Wait here, Cabby, will you? If we're not taking half an hour, go to the police. Very good, thanks. Come on, Watson. Follow me up the driveway. Why are you striking that? Oh, confound it. Brother Strong, we're too late. What makes you think so? Station hack, heavily loaded with luggage was just passed out in the last 15 minutes. What? How do you know? What are the tracks? The one going up to the house are quite clearly marked, but the outward bound ones are much deeper due to the weight of the luggage. Oh, well, here's the house. Have you your revolver handy? I certainly have. Good. What the hell? Sounds rather empty, doesn't it? I expected as much. What are you going to do? Break in the window. I try to get inside. Follow me, Watson. Look out the guard. Here, I've got machine. Look out the guard. Downstairs while I find the light. All right, here's the candle. Wax is too warm. Yeah, that's better. And this is still the library. The clipboard container is locked up. It's in the sound, huh? It remains of a cup of coffee. One cup. That's curious. As I thought. Smell it, Watson. You can joke. What? Is it this animal poisoning? I think it's this cover. They're meant to be here. You mentioned? It sounds like you're blind. Hi, Watson. Hold on. Open that candle. I'll get it on. It's coming through. Over there. Quick, Watson. Sit it. Yes. Gas is coming out from under the door. It's locked. Quickly. Hurry, old man. Look at you out. Come on, Watson. 1, 2. Man, the place is filling with gas. Doing that much. You value your life, Watson. Don't bring that candle to first. Put it outside on the floor. Quick. Put your breath. You've got to smash the window. That's better. Now then, name on the floor. He seems to be still conscious. Got a bad gas on his body. That must have given him a nasty blow. Just that gag that's tied around his mouth. Go through this. Go through this. I'll keep you there. I'll get his nose. I'll open the window. Yeah, that's better. This thing came close to be sick. I didn't wonder. I've got him. Steady on, man. Steady on. All right, over. Yeah. Put him on the couch. Now, what's that? You can make things better. I've got my hands full here. Come here, Billy. I'm coming through the window. Look out. Hello, my good fellow. The cabby, eh? What's up? The gentleman, you know him? I don't know who he is, but I was taking him to the station. Him and his baggage. But when I came to Wandsworth Common, I got down to fix one of them plugs that I got loose. And I happened to look in the cab, and there he was covered with blood, with a knife stuck to his heart. Let's have a look at him. All right, Dan.
Yes. It's a bit gory. Nice. Isn't getting tomato jazz, too.
Shit.
Well, I mean, whoever it was. By the way, who was dinner in the cab?
I was, sir. That's the funny part of it. Natural.
No, but the captain?
Nothing at all. Except his ankle. But he particularly was about it, too. Wouldn't have it tied on the back with the rest of the trunks and all.
Yes. Unusually large. I've got it inside. Hello. The lock.
Oh, it is this. That's funny. It was that terrible when I put it in the cab.
Yes, quite empty. Except for this.
Yes, sir. Well, that's just me, I think. Quite.
A lady's cabin.
Yes, the psalmist.
That's what it's called. Did you always run in the cab?
Well, sir, there was a sort of a note pinned to his chest. It's funny writing. I couldn't make it in. Tell you what it said.
What's it, good?
Here you are, sir. It's great to me.
Yes. Yes, I rather imagine it would be Greek to anybody. But you're Dr. Watson. You're not going to leave us up in the air like that. You might at least tell us what the note said. It was the Greek word for revenge. And, of course, it was so because that you killed Latimer. I imagine he was carrying her off in the hamper and she got out and stabbed him. Well, couldn't say about that, monsieur. We never found her. Possibly because someone forgot to tell the police to tell us that the person. Certainly, never mentioned her name. Dr. Watson will return in a few moments to give us a hint. And now here's Dr. Watson. Well, what about next week's story, Doctor? Well, next week I'm going to tell you a story I don't think you ever heard before. It concerns Sherlock Holmes' most famous antagonist, Professor Morality. An attempted murder in Modern Tuesday. The waxworks? Yes, it is. And in a chamber of horrors. Well, thank you, Dr. Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's poem The Greek Interpreter and dramatized by Edith Weiser.
Buchanan, while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store name. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall's brand new multivitamin product, Formula V10, is an excellent example. For Formula V10 is a really pleasant tasting, really easy to take product that helps prevent vitamin and iron deficiencies. The recommended daily dosage supplies twice the minimum requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement of iron, plus minimum daily requirements of A, D, and B2, plus red crystalline vitamin B12. Ask for pleasant-tasting Formula V10. That's V as in vitamin. V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
What does the sign say on the door?
Diamond Detective Agency.
Now read the second line, please.
Recommended by good housekeeping.
And the last line, please.
Homicides delivered at the rear.
That's fine. 20/20 vision. Now, if you just hop around on one foot while I classify you in 1A, I'll see that you're on the next boat to the Aleutians.
Are you Diamond?
Are you a prospective client?
Yes.
I'm Diamond. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
Do you ever leave town, Mr. Diamond?
Occasionally, but I can never get used to the tar and feathers.
I'd like you to go to California with me.
Oh, just lonesome, or have you got a problem?
I represent a very wealthy man in Hollywood. He has a problem.
A very wealthy man, huh?
Millions.
I'd love to meet him.
I'll arrange it. When can you leave?
Well, now, that's a bit of a problem. Let's see. Close the office, do some packing, take care of a few engagements. It'll take me at least 13 minutes.
4 o'clock now. We can leave LaGuardia by 5.
You have the tickets already?
No tickets are necessary, Mr. Diamond. Mr. Harvey's private plane and pilot are standing by.
The gentleman's name turned out to be Kane, Fred Kane, from Beverly Hills, California. Obviously representing a client with more than a cozy income. Private plane, private pilot, and worth millions. How cozy can you get? I called Helen, told her I'd send her a starlit swimming pool or something, and by 5:30 I was riding with Fred Kane in Mr. Harvey's private plane, headed for sunny California.
Comfortable?
Oh, I haven't seen furnishings like this since I got lost in the men's lounge at the Waldorf.
Drink?
Later. The time has come, the walrus said.
To talk of many things.
Right.
I represent Mr. George L. Harvey.
The big motion picture producer?
Yeah. He's being blackmailed.
Well, I come all the way to New York for me. You've got some pretty good boys in California. Spade, Novak. Of course, they haven't got my blue eyes.
GL didn't want any local talent brought in on this case. You're quite well known, even in California.
Oh, well, I can understand that.
GL thought it'd be a good idea to have an outsider helping him. Someone who wouldn't be recognized.
Okay, bless old GL and all his little millions. Now, who's blackmailing him?
GL will tell you everything himself when we get to California.
Fred Kane and I played gin for the next couple of hours, and we didn't talk any more about G.L. Harvey and his blackmail trouble. By 8:30, we were somewhere over Kansas, and I was getting sleepy, so I turned in. Around 6 the next morning, we landed in Burbank. I stepped out to get my first look at beautiful, wonderful, sunny California.
Yeah, we'll have to run for it. GL will have a car waiting.
A car? I'm surprised at GL.
I thought sure he'd meet us with this private life raft. The car was waiting all right, complete with chauffeur, footman, and dinghy. We plowed our way through 6 inches of early morning dew and headed for the Beverly Hills Hotel where I was supposed to stay. We arrived around 7, got me settled in my room, a tiny little affair that reminded me of a well-decorated roundhouse. Then we had breakfast, and by 10 o'clock I was standing in the offices of George L. Harvey, Hollywood producer.
Glad you're here, Diamond. Have a seat.
Thank you. You haven't got an old ringer around you, have you?
Nasty weather, isn't it? It'll clear up. Got to. Can't stay in a cover set all week. Schedule's too tight.
Cover set?
GL shooting a new picture. If the company has some unexpected bad weather and they're shooting exteriors, they have a cover set and they can move into and shoot some interior scenes.
Oh.
You interested in motion pictures, Diamond?
Well, I see a few. Right now, I'm more interested in blackmail, Mr. Harvey.
Oh, yes. Well, here's the setup. Fred here introduced me to a girl about a month ago, Mary Conrad.
And now she's got you on the hook.
Very much on the hook. Pretty girl. No, more than that. Beautiful. Brunette, about 5'6". Well, she's...
Beautiful.
We became very, well...
Friendly.
Yes. I'm married, Mr. Diamond. My wife doesn't know anything about this.
Unless Mary Conrad tells her.
Yes, and she's threatened to do just that.
Unless you kick through with something.
Yes.
Money?
Yes, $100,000.
Well, that's a nice round sum. Fred should be more careful about the girls he introduces you to.
I had no way of knowing, Diamond. I met the girl in Las Vegas. 2 weeks later, I met her at a party down here.
It was just as much my fault. I saw her with Fred and wanted an introduction.
And you got it. $100,000. How do you do?
Yes.
You want me to get something on her or to get the evidence back?
Well, yes.
So wonder you don't get into more trouble, GL. You just don't know how to say no. It was pretty obvious that I'd have to meet the blackmailer, so a party was arranged by Fred Kane at GL's beach house, and without GL's presence, so I could get acquainted with the beautiful Mary Conrad. GL gave me a $200 retainer, blushed a little when I kissed him on both cheeks. Then Fred Kane sailed me back to the Beverly Hills, where he rented a car for me and told me how to get to the beach home. By 8 o'clock that evening, I was driving down the coast highway on the way to Malibu. I couldn't get over it. The rain had stopped. There was a big yellow moon sitting up in a cloudless sky, and a warm breeze was blowing in off the Pacific. I even put the top down.
Hello, Diamond. Come on in.
Hey, what's with this weather? 1 minute it's pouring, and the next time it comes on like a travel folder.
We're just getting into the rainy season. It'll probably stay clear like this for at least a week.
Oh.
Give me your hat, and I'll take you in and introduce you to the guests.
Oh, that's what? A New York gumshoe out looking for a blackmailer?
Yeah, that's right. You're an agent.
Agent? I don't know anything about agents.
You like money, don't you?
That's my name, spelled backwards.
Then you're an agent.
It was a small little party. That is, of course, if you compare it to Ebbets Field during a World Series. GL's house was in the middle of what was known as Malibu Colony. That's a bunch of houses built right out on the sand and surrounded by money. Fred took me around and introduced me as an agent from New York and an old friend. I met everything from producers, writers, and directors to several well-known motion picture stars, one of which had her French poodle with her.
And this is Michelle, Mr. Diamond. Say hello to Mr. Diamond, Michelle.
Oops, sorry. Great Dane. And on until finally we got around to my objective for the evening. And believe me, I'd enlist 3 times a week just to go after that kind of an objective. Brunette, about 5'6". When she looked up at me, I felt as nervous as a cat in a ukulele factory.
This is Mary Conrad, Mr. Diamond, Mary.
Hello.
Be nice to him. He's a big New York agent. I see some other guests now. Take care of them, Mary.
Looks like Fred is paired us off.
Well, he knows a good combination when he sees it. 2 best-looking people at the party. Of course, I'm prettier than you are.
How long have you known Fred?
Fred? Oh, years and years. We used to play stickball together over in Canarsie.
I thought Fred was a native Californian.
Well, oh, yes. Well, he is. He used to come all the way to New York just for the stickball. We had quite a team.
I'll bet you did. What position did you play?
I played left gutter. That's the dirty side of the street.
Oh.
How about a drink, huh? She showed me where the bar was, and we sat down and got acquainted. Then she showed me where the ocean was, and we took off our shoes and walked out on the sand. Then we sat down and really got acquainted.
It's nicer out here. I don't like parties much.
Well, I like this one.
Compliment?
Naturally.
Thank you. How long are you going to be in California?
Oh, I don't know. It depends.
Business?
Yeah.
You're not having much fun, are you?
Oh, sure. I'm having a ball.
You're lonesome, aren't you?
Like 50 miles of dirt road.
Let's leave the party.
All right. Where to?
Well, my car's here, and it wouldn't be good to be seen leaving together. I'll go first, and you follow in about 5 minutes. You can pick me up at my house.
Store for diamonds. She gave me her address and told me how to get there. Then we walked back to the party, and she left. I gave the high sign to Kane, and in 5 minutes I followed. Mary Conrad's house was on the outskirts of Beverly Hills, south of Pico. There was a long, low, black sedan, the type a chauffeur usually drives, parked in front of the house. The same car that had picked me up at the airport that morning. And it belonged to G.L. Harvey. Before I could get parked, the door to the little house flew open, and old G.L. himself came barreling out like a squirrel, his tail on fire. G.L.? Mr. Harvey! Hey! Mr. Harvey! Here's a question for all overweight women. Would you like to know how to reduce without starving, without counting calories, without back-breaking exercise?
Would I? But it isn't possible, is it?
It certainly is. With the new Ann Delafield reducing plan, you lose up to 5 pounds a week and gain new pep and energy besides. Best of all, you have none of the hunger pangs and bother that most people dread about reducing. The Ann Delafield reducing plan shows you how to lose weight naturally.
Sounds wonderful. What does the plan include?
Everything you need to slim you down and keep you slim. Vitamins to bolster your diet. And Delafield appetite-reducing wafers to curb that unruly appetite. And an important complete beauty book. And here's a tip for all overweight men. Rexall is proud to announce their new Delafield reducing plan for men. It's sound, scientific, and easy. So look young, feel young, stay young for your age. Ask for the Delafield reducing plan for men. Available only at Rexall drugstores. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hey, what's the difference?
Oh, hello there, Mr. Harvey.
Diamond, how did you get into the studio?
I went to your home first.
My home? You didn't talk to anyone?
Your car wasn't around, so I tried the studio. The cop at the gate wouldn't let me in, so I climbed a fence.
Climbed a fence?
It was better than having him call you. You might have wanted to see me.
I'd wanted to see you. Don't be foolish. Why not see you?
You often come to your offices late at night?
Look, Diamond, I saw you when you yelled at me in front of Mary Conrad's house.
Why didn't you stop?
I was too frightened. I was scared stiff. I suppose you found her.
Yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. Awful. Just awful.
I'll bet it was.
I thought about going home. I thought about a lot of places. I ended up here.
Did you kill her?
No. Of course I didn't kill her. She called me from Malibu, told me to meet her at her house. I got there before she did. She drove up, and we went in. It was just awful.
You went in, then what?
She turned the living room light on, and there was a shot. She looked kind of surprised, and I was too stunned for a minute to really know what had happened. Then she just kind of looked at me like she wanted me to help. It was then I really got it. I knew she'd been shot. She fell, and I rushed over to her. She died right there, lying on the floor, looking up at me like I don't know.
There was a gun beside her.
Was there? I didn't see it.
Well, here it is. Take a look at it. 45, one shot fired. Ever seen it before?
No.
You know, I could get in a lot of trouble taking this gun from the scene of murder. But I had a hunch it was worth it. I thought maybe it might be your gun. If it isn't, I'll get it back to the cops and take my chances.
I don't know whether it is or not.
Well, do you own a .45?
Yes, I keep it at the beach house. But even if that turns out to be my gun, Mr. Diamond, I didn't kill Mary Conrad.
Oh, I don't think you did either. You might have wanted to kill her because of the blackmail, but that would be premeditated. You'd plan it, and a man who commits a planned killing doesn't leave the murder weapon around, especially if it happens to belong to him. But if you were in love with her...
I wasn't.
Well, I'm taking that chance. A jealous lover might do a lot of silly things.
I have a wife and family.
I thought about that, too. I'm not sure the police would pay much attention. If the blackmail got out, you'd have a motive. If this gun turns out to be yours, has your fingerprints on it, that would cinch it.
What about the police?
I called them and got out. You know where the shot came from?
I didn't even take time to think about it. I just ran.
There was a heavy smell of cordite on the other side of the room near the bedroom. Bedroom door was ajar. Bedroom window was open. Killer probably shot her from the bedroom. You ran. He threw the gun in beside the body.
What are we going to do?
Well, there's one thing that makes me wonder a little. Mary Conrad asked me to come over to her house, too. What do you suppose she wanted with both of us there?
I can't imagine.
Well, neither can I. And it's certainly worth looking into.
Thanks, Diamond.
You know, I've had some pretty fair experiences with murder, GL, but like everybody else, I make mistakes. I hope this is not going to be one of them. I gave GL Harvey 2 instructions. First, find out if he was missing a .45 automatic. Second, go on about his business like nothing had happened. And forget that he'd known Mary Conrad other than casually. I knew I was taking a big chance. Being an accessory after the fact could land me in a lot of hot water. But GL just didn't figure as the killer. And if I was right, someone was trying to fit him for a king-size frame. Why? Who? What was the motive? Those were things I was going to have to find out and find them out in a hurry. So while the police were undoubtedly still busy with an identification on Mary Conrad, I got back in my rented car and took off for Malibu.
Back so soon?
No laughs.
You find out anything?
Where can we talk?
You look like something's wrong.
You should see how Mary Conrad looks. Fred Kane took me in the den and we locked out the rest of the party. I told him just what had happened. And he poured himself a long drink.
Yeah. You think GL really did it?
I want to do some checking on Mary Conrad before I start making any guesses. Now, you said you met her in Las Vegas, didn't you?
That's right.
Well, then tell me everything you know about her. And he didn't know much. He'd met Mary at the Serena Hotel. Just ran into her at a party. He had seen her several times in the following few days, and she had mentioned she was coming down to L.A., so he'd asked her to look him up. She had, and that was the extent of it.
What do I tell the police? They'll certainly find out who she's been seeing.
It'll take them a while to check. Does she have any other friends?
She never mentioned any.
You met her at the Serena. Was she with anyone?
I don't remember his name.
You remember the date?
It was about a month ago, the last few days I was there.
Oh, well, okay. I'm going to take a trip to Vegas and see if I can find out anything more.
You must really think GL's innocent.
Don't you?
Well, yes. But he certainly had a motive.
Oh, I don't think GL would kill anyone for $100,000. The thing I can't figure is why anyone would want to frame him. What could they gain by it? I drove back to Burbank, grabbed a late plane for Las Vegas. About an hour and a half later, I was checking with the desk clerk at the Serena. We went through the lists of guests during the time Fred Kane's last visit. Kane had checked out on the 8th of October. He said he'd met Mary Conrad several days before. I gave the desk clerk her description, but he didn't remember. And she hadn't been registered at the Serena. So I started checking every hotel and motor court in Vegas.
Mary Conrad, huh?
Yeah, about 5'6", brunette, blue eyes.
Mary Conrad. Oh, she didn't register here. Here, take a look for yourself.
I kept going, one hotel after another, and no Mary Conrad registered at any of them. But she had to live someplace if she stayed in Las Vegas. Bartender, give me a scotch and water.
Sure, Jake.
Hey, you look a little beat, Queen. Can I buy you a drink?
I just bought one.
Hey, I understand you're trying to find Nellie Conrad.
You know her?
Yeah?
Well, friend, I'd like to ask you some questions.
What's it worth?
Depends on how much you know.
I know plenty.
Well, we'll see. What's your name?
Not here. You got a car outside. We'll take a ride.
Okay. Information, please. Slid off the stool and led the way out of the hotel and out across the parking lot. This guy knew I was looking for Mary Conrad. How? Had to be tipped off or he'd been tailing me. When he walked in front of me, the little old gun in his hip pocket showed up like a bathing beauty on a gorilla farm. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Where's the car?
Huh? Oh, right over there.
Mm-hmm. The one with the fat guy behind the wheel?
Just a friend.
Oh, sure. I think we talk right here. He thought about it for a second, glanced over at his fat friend sitting in the car, then back at me.
Here?
Right here.
Okay.
He made up his mind, all right. He grabbed for his right hip pocket and that big gun, but that was as far as he got because I second-guessed it. His friend took off, staying behind a line of parked cars until he was clear of the parking lot and far enough away so I couldn't get in a good shot. I leaned down over the man who had wanted to kill me. He was very dead. Well, I'd held out police evidence in Los Angeles and killed a man in Las Vegas. I was in a spot, and only one lead left. The big fat driver who'd taken off in the car. I went through the dead man's pocket and came up with one thing. a $100 gambling chip from the Ace of Clubs casino. How about using that car of yours?
Huh?
Don't turn around or you'll get mixed up with a lot of bullets.
What do you want?
The talk. Keep looking straight ahead like nothing was happening. I'll kill you if you try anything, I promise you that.
What is this? Who are you?
I just shot a friend of yours in the Serena parking lot.
I've been in my office all night.
Oh, sure. Start walking for the door.
You'll never get away with this, Diamond.
I thought you didn't know me. Start walking.
I own this place, Diamond. My boys are all over the joint.
Well, yell for them once and you have a dirty old hole in your pretty coat.
Look, you and me can discuss this without getting rough.
Out the door. And smile. Now, where's the car?
Across the street.
Hey, wait a minute. A couple of your boys are following us. They look a little worried about me. Tell them how happy you are. Go on.
Okay. Relax, boys. It's okay. Me and my friend are just talking some business.
All right. Across the street. We're going to take a little drive outside of town where we can have some peace and quiet. Just you and me in the desert. That's good enough. Pull off the road.
Look, Diamond.
Pull off the road.
You know the cops are going to be out looking for you.
That's why I need some answers in a hurry. Why did your boy try to kill me tonight?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Get out of the car.
Oh, look,
Get out.
What's this going to prove, Diamond?
You're going to start walking. Straight out into that desert. At the end of 100 paces, if you haven't told me what I want to know, you're going to get it. Right in your big, ugly face.
You'll never get away with it.
Walk. Now, that's the trouble with you big, tough guys. Get a fellow in a spot, and you never figure he might just be desperate enough to shoot his way out of it. Why did your boy try to knock me off tonight?
I've got a lot of dough, Diamond. I can get you out of the state and make you rich. I'll swear you killed my boy in self-defense.
How well do you know Mary Conrad?
Well, never heard of her.
I've held up police evidence in California, and I've shot a man in Nevada. I'm in a tough spot. I'll just about do anything.
You kill me, and you'll never find out anything.
I'll keep looking. Who else is mixed up in this? How'd you know who I was?
I found out.
Well, you're nearly there.
You're bluffing.
You got 15 paces to go.
You'll never get out of town. You kill me, and every cop in the state will be after you.
You're a big man, huh?
I swing a lot of weight.
Well, I don't like your kind of big men.
Stop here. How about it? Gonna tell me how you're mixed up in this?
Now, wait a minute. This is getting ridiculous.
It's a matter of opinion. You gonna tell me?
Wait. You must be nuts. Supposing I did know something. I tell you, you tell the cops. Maybe I knocked off somebody. I get the gas chamber.
Then it shouldn't make any difference to you. This will be a lot quicker.
What do you want to know?
Who's Mary Conrad?
My girl. Her real name's Mary Langley.
Who killed her?
Fred Kane. The guy who works for Jail Harvey.
Why?
Kane owed me a lot of dough. Couldn't pay it. Jail Harvey was to go to the gas chamber for killing someone. Kane had become head of the Harvey Productions.
Why wouldn't Harvey's wife take over?
She'd own it, but Jail's will states that Kane would run it.
How do you fit?
Kane promised me a 50-50 split if I'd lay off about the debt. I talked Mary into it, and Kane introduced her to Harvey. The old boy went for a hook, line, and sinker. Then she started blackmailing him.
So he'd have a motive for murder?
Yeah.
She never figured she was going to get killed.
No, she just thought we were going to milk the old boy for the $100,000 and pull out.
How did I fit in?
Harvey's idea. When Kane told me about it, I figured it wouldn't be bad. You could catch Harvey after the murder.
Well, why did you make a date with me, then call Harvey?
Well, we told her to. Told her you were a private eye working for Harvey's wife. We said that you could be bought, and it would be a good idea to catch her with Harvey.
So you waited in the bedroom until GL came in and you shot her, threw the gun in beside her.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't shoot her. Kane shot her.
Oh, Kane took GL's gun from the Malibu house?
That's right.
Oh, you lame brain. I left Kane at the Malibu house when I went to see Mary. He was there when I got back. Witnesses will swear he was around the whole time. You killed the girl and hopped the plane back here for Vegas.
No, I didn't kill her.
Go over by that rock.
Take it easy, Diamond.
Go on.
Okay, I shot her. I hid in the bedroom and shot her. But you won't be around to talk about it.
Come on, get up. Get up. Oh, for Pete's sake, now I have to carry him back to the car.
Here at last is a mouthwash that cleans as it sweetens as it deodorizes. It's new triple-acting Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll. And it's more effective because it combines nature's own breath freshener, chlorophyll, with a foaming action that floats away retained food particles. What's more, a special surface-active ingredient gives Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll a wider coverage, a deeper penetration. The result? A clean, fresh mouth. A clean, fresh breath for hours. So fresh up with a cooling, minty-flavored mouthwash that cleans as it sweetens, as it deodorizes. Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Junius Matthews, Raymond Burr, Gene Bates, Virginia Gregg, and Wilms Herbert. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Men, cut your shaving time in half. Use Stag Brushless Shave Cream, the brushless cream that stays moist longer. No fuss, no rub-in. Just smooth it on for quicker, closer, face-happier shaves every time. Ask for Stag Brushless Shave Cream. Jumbo Tube, only 50 cents. At Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Sam Spade, detective.
Since the world began, woman was meant for man.
I must say, this is the sort of honeymoon I've been.
After you've been keeping something from me.
Oh, I wouldn't blame myself if I did. It didn't exactly telegraph this part.
Come on in, Angel, and I'll tell you as much about it as I think you should know.
And what, may I ask, is a large parcel with a pink ribbon around it?
Love letters, what else?
Oh, I must say, for a whirlpool romance.
Whirlpool?
I mean, writing all those letters. When did you find time to get acquainted?
Stop pulling at that blouse. What's the matter with it?
Now that you're married, I'll say this is no longer cool. Well, Sam, these little routines are married me. Don't you think we should be a little more filtered with each other, yeah?
In the hereafter? Then, perhaps, and not a minute before. To Sergeant Joseph Walsh, Bunko and Fugitive Detail, San Francisco Police. From you-know-who, license number 137-596. Subject, Subject, the love letter caper, or how to be happily married, though single. The start of it was last Wednesday morning. I had just arisen, shaved, bathed, weighed myself on the bathroom scales, and decided on a breakfast of black coffee and rye crisp. Noisy stuff. Oh.
Postal delivery. Sign here.
Oh, now hold this, will you, Sonny?
Yeah, what do you call this? Some kind of Italian soda crackers?
Rye crisp, low in calories. Take a bite.
Oh,
You could
okay.
lose a pound or two yourself. There you are. Eat the change.
Thanks. I'll smoke it after dinner.
First thing that fell out of the envelope was a photograph, glamour type. It was inscribed, to Sam, body and soul, Ella. The letter was in the same tone of voice.
Sam. Oh, Sam, my darling. Last night was so beautiful, but now my arms are empty and I'm filled with strange fears for the future. Unless I see you soon, I don't know how I can go on living. Come to me tonight, my darling. Wait until the house is dark. Then slip in through the west gate and I'll meet you beside the fountain. If you fail me, I don't know what I'll do. But I know you won't. All my love, forever. Ella.
I read it over again, looked longingly at her picture, and shook my memory down. I couldn't even remember ever meeting a girl named Ella, but I did remember that last night was definitely not beautiful. In fact, I had dropped $35 in a blackjack game, not deductible. After I had tested the letter for invisible ink, codes, and ciphers, etc., with negative results, I decided it was either A, a crank letter, or B, bait, or C, a camouflaged call for help from a damsel in distress. I took another look at said damsel's photograph and decided I would investigate her distress. I then phoned my secretary and told her to look up the night bus schedule to Atherton, the return address on the envelope containing said love letter. It was around 11 p.m. and the moon was just clearing the treetops behind the Comstock mansion when I slipped in at the west gate for the instructions in Ella's love letter and took a plant beside the aforementioned fountain. The house was in darkness, and I didn't see the ladder until the moon cleared the chimney pot. There was a girl climbing down the ladder from the second story, and she had a suitcase in her hand. As she reached the ground, she looked around anxiously, spotted me, and flew into my arms.
Oh, Sam, my darling, you didn't fail me. Oh, my precious, hold me. Never let me go. I love you.
I love you, too, but now look.
I'll explain it all later. We'll have to hurry. I think you suspected something.
Who suspected
Oh,
what?
there isn't time. Come on. Oh, so, Watchman, we'll have to go out the back way. Come on.
Come back here. Hey, you.
Hey, hold it. Get down.
No, let me go. We gotta get out of
I
here.
said get down.
Oh.
Shut up.
Oh, a couple of fowlers, Mr. Comstock. They had a ladder up to the second story of the hall window. But I scared them off. Oh, not all. Well, let's have no more shooting. I'm trying to shoot.
Come on. It's our last chance. If you look in that room, I love you.
I love you. What room?
Wait, in my room, of course.
Where are you planning on going?
Anyway, just so I get away from him, I love you.
I love you. Who's him?
My uncle, he's been holding me prisoner in that house.
Oh, come now.
I'll tell you he's insane. He'll tell us both if we're caught, so please, come on.
I went because A, I don't like being shot at, and B, there was a wild possibility that she was indeed a fairy princess on the lamb from the dragon. I discounted half a B when we reached her getaway car. It was parked in the alley with a motor running. When she insisted that I drive, I hesitated whether to head directly to police headquarters or mail her the stupid way. I was weak from being on a diet, so it was Hobson's choice, more familiarly known as Spade's Folly.
What is this place?
It's where I live.
You wouldn't lie to me.
Not about that. Look at the address. Your love letter arrived here. Come on. Here, let me carry your bag.
No, it's all right. I'll carry it.
Come on. It's okay. No cops, no booby traps. Now, let's have a look at that suitcase.
No, you must
Come on. Give it to me.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because you get the wrong idea. Oh.
Well. What have we here?
I knew you'd get the wrong idea.
The only thing you seem to have missed is the Hope Diamond.
That jewelry is mine, every piece of it. It's all I have in the world.
Poor kid. Let's see now. Diamond bracelet, not more than 10 grand. Emerald necklace, second-hand, of course. All told, I don't imagine this stuff will net you a penny more than $100,000.
I know, but I'll just have to get along as best I can. I don't have any money of my own.
Yeah, why did you write me that crazy love letter?
Because my uncle reads all my mail. And I didn't want him to know I was hiring a detective.
Why did you?
I couldn't very well walk around with all these jewels without some protection, could I? Oh, my uncle, he followed me here.
Suppose it's the cop.
Oh, no, it's he. I know it. Where can I hide?
In here?
Don't you have a bedroom?
Yeah, but it has a window and a fire escape in here. Go on. Go on.
Spade?
Yeah.
I suppose she's told you about me.
You were uncle?
Oh, good heavens, no. I'm Stuart Mason. I'm her fiancé. Or was, till she ran away with you.
Maybe you'd better step inside, Mr. Mason.
Yes,
sit down. I'd like to...
No. I just brought a few things I'd like to leave for Ella. Here. This bundle of letters. Love letters to me. I suppose she'll want to destroy them.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Mason. Don't jump to any rash conclusions.
I saw her come down the ladder. I saw her throw herself into your arms.
Yeah, but...
I can't blame her. I've been a coward. I told myself it was for her own sake that I discouraged her from escaping with me. But now I know that, well, it was at least partly fear for myself. But I might die as the others did.
Yeah, but, what others?
The men she's known. They've all died under mysterious circumstances, and didn't she warn you?
Well, what she told me was that her uncle was insane and wouldn't let her out.
Crazy like a fox. As long as she remains unmarried, he controls her money. $3 million of it.
Uh-huh.
Well, only the brave deserve the fair. Alas. It will just give her these letters and tell her that I...
You, tell her yourself. Come on out, Ella.
Stuart, why did you come here?
Your letters, my dear. And I wish you every happiness.
Stuart.
You too, old man. Good night.
Well, Stuart, darling, I can explain everything.
Don't try, my dear.
Stuart, come back.
Hey, Ella, your jewelry. Your love letters.
Hey, we'll take care of those letters, Spade. Keep the gun on him, Riley. Inside, you. Over there, sweetheart.
What do you want?
Mr. Spade, I've been aware for some time that you've been carrying on a surreptitious love affair with my niece.
Look, Mr. Comstock.
What's him, Riley? Don't worry, Mr. Comstock. I advise you against trying to jump him, Spade.
Why should I? You're both nuts, but not crazy enough to take a shot at me here.
Try me and see.
I wouldn't waste the energy. I haven't made a penny on this caper so far, and it doesn't look like I will.
Ha! Not a penny, he says. The king's ransom and jewels extorted from a foolish, lovesick girl.
Oh, how did I manage that?
Don't you play the innocent with me. This packet of love letters will satisfy the police. Blackmail.
You're crazy. Those letters weren't written to me.
You deny that Ella has ever written your letter?
One too many. In fact, one.
Well, how do you explain these? Darling Sam. Sam, my dearest one.
What?
Sam, my great, big, beautiful detective. Dated last October.
Hey, let me see those things.
I told you not to move.
Yeah, so you did. Well, what now?
Very well.
Is it the police department? Yes, it is. Hello? This is Hugo Comstock. I want to make a complaint. Blackmail. Oh. Hello. I want to... Yes, Sergeant. The name is Hugo Comstock, and I'm making this complaint on the behalf of my niece, Miss Ella Comstock. The name of the offender is Samuel Spade, a private detective. Huh? Well, of course I'm sure. Yes, I'm holding him at his apartment now. The address is... Oh, you have it. Well, I'm not surprised. You better hurry over here, right away. He's threatening violence.
You really think you can make that stick?
Mr. Spade, I'm sure I can.
Dirty words and foul imprecations were forming on my trembling lips. But he had letters from his niece to one Sam, a great, big, beautiful detective. And I had the jewels, and before the night was over, Sergeant Walsh, you had me. Booked, bothered, and bewildered. What bewildered me was how to raise the $2,500 bail. Sam Spade, innocent dope. I mean dupe.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
Up the Times to my breakfast of rude prison fare. They didn't serve any rye crisp, but what they did serve was even less fattening. I thrust my emaciated arms through the bars of my cell and clawed at the lapels of a passing bondsman and begged him for succor. He says I didn't need any because I was it. I hurled him aside and sat down to think. About then, you, Sergeant Walsh, hold still in front of my cell.
Okay, Sam, get moving. You're free.
Gee, thanks. Who stood my bail?
Great kidder, aren't you?
Sergeant, am I to understand that the charges have been dropped?
Get out of here.
All right, I know when I'm not wanted. Mine not the reason why.
And don't come back.
Your inhospitable words cut me to the quick, Sergeant, but I bit my lip, swallowed my pride, very low calorie, and strode bravely out into the sunlight a free man. I thought, until I bought a newspaper. Right there on page 1, it said, Harris reveals secret marriage to private detective. Blackmail charges against Sam Spade dropped. All a mistake, says Uncle. Next to the item was a picture of Ella leaning over a hot stove in my kitchen. It was captioned, Surprise Bride Prepares Breakfast for Incarcerated Mate. We'll keep things hot for him, says Mrs. Spade.
Darling, your breakfast is ready.
I'm on a diet. Take off that apron and sit
I
down.
did it for your sake, Sam.
Wouldn't it have been simpler just to have dropped the
Oh,
charges?
it wasn't difficult. The nicest man forged the license and the certificate for only $10.
I know a guy who would have done it for $5 and thrown in some fingerprints for free, but that's not the point.
Darling, don't you see? If you'd just gone free without being married to me, Uncle Hugo might have done something worse for you. Like kill you.
Nuts. Who are these ex-admirers of yours that were supposed to have been knocked off by your uncle? Name 3.
Well, there was Ralph Bettington. He died of vapor loss.
Of what?
It happened in the mountains. Something went wrong with his car, but they couldn't prove it because it blew up and burned after it went over the cliff. And then there was poor Freddie Push. They called him the piggy bank suicide.
Why?
He found $5 worth of pennies in his stomach.
Oh.
And then there was poor Nicky Nato. He was a ballet dancer.
That's enough. Now about those letters. Why was your friend Mason returning love letters you'd written to some detective named Sam?
Well, that was just coincidence. He always went by his initials, you know, like GBS for George Bernard Shaw, SAM is for Stuart Andrew Mason. Stuart Andrew is his pen name. He writes detective stories.
And the rest of the coincidence was that love letter you inadvertently mailed to Sam Spade detective, thereby sending your uncle out gunning for Sam instead of SAM?
What should I do after he read my diary and my confessions to myself about SAM? And the references to his brilliant mind on criminal subjects. You were a natural stand-in for SAM.
Pronounced SAP.
But I wasn't going to, Sam. Not after I met you.
Why not?
Because the moment I saw you, I knew that all those things I'd said in that love letter were really true.
Really? Last night was so beautiful?
I think I must have dreamed of you.
Exactly.
Oh, Sam, darling, I'm so lost and frightened.
Yeah.
You don't know what my life is in.
Oh, I can imagine. Boyfriend's dropping dead right and left.
You're the only one who can stop it. If Uncle Hugo thinks we're really married and he can't use my money anymore, then he'll stop having accidents happen to people. Won't you please be my husband, Sam? Is that so much to ask after what I did to you?
Yeah. Go on. You spring me out of that blackmail frame so I can help you compound a felony.
But, Sam, what am I going to do?
You forge the marriage, go forge the divorce.
Where are you going?
Back to jail. I'll see you there.
Oh, dear me. Hit your foot, did it? Cast iron. Don't make them like that nowadays.
My foot.
Yes, your foot. I meant the strong box.
Oh.
Coming in or going out?
I think I'll sit down for a minute.
Oh, Sam, you poor dear boy. Here, let me take off your shoes so it can swell if it wants.
Get away from me.
I only wanted to help. I love you.
Well, I don't love you anymore.
Oh, first little fat, is it?
Who is this guy?
Hi, Sam. I'm sorry. This is Curtin.
You can say that again.
Curtin. Harwood L. Curtin, L. for Lacey, attorney at law. I represent the estate of the late Gertrude Comstock, Ella's mother. You, Mr. Spade, had married into, shall we say, money.
Look, Curtis, it's time to raise the blinds on a couple of things. In the first place...
Please. As you know, Ella, your grandfather, the late Commodore Ezra Comstock, left his fortune to be divided equally between his legitimate heirs, that is, your mother and your Uncle Hugo. Upon your mother's death, the residue of her part of the estate was left to be administered by your Uncle Hugo as he saw fit until your marriage, at which time it should go to you.
Well, where is it?
Yeah.
All in good legal size. First, here is this old strong box.
Strong box?
Containing family mementos handed down to you from your grandmother. It was your mother's wish that this be delivered into your hands upon this auspicious occasion. Here is the key, in addition to which I leave with you both my best wishes for your future happiness. Good day. Mr. Spade, I shall forward along to you the statement of my fees for services in this case.
Wait a minute. Who's paying my fee?
No more questions, please. Good day.
Well, I guess we might as well open it. Oh, no. Let's see what's in here.
All right. It didn't take long to go through Grandma Comstock's mementos, and I got more and more wide awake as we went along. The strong box contained 4 items: a teapot, a bundle of letters, a photograph album, and a family skeleton. The letters were love letters from one Elmo Pinckney. There was a pin side that said Pinckney in the album. He was a dead ringer for Uncle Hugo, which might have been a coincidence, but wasn't. I started scanning through the love letters.
Find any money yet?
Huh? Well, there's a Confederate 10 spot. I'll let you know if I hit any pay dirt.
Well, at least he left me a pot to make tea in.
What?
But if there wasn't any money, why wouldn't Uncle Hugo let me get married?
Now, look, why don't you go and wash out that pot and make some tea, huh?
Probably leaks. Oh, something in it.
Hmm?
No money. It's grandmother's marriage certificate and mother's and Uncle Hugo's birth certificate.
Let's see those.
Oh, it's cracked. I might have known. I wonder who that is.
That will be your Uncle Hugo.
Well, that doesn't need to worry us anymore, does it?
Yeah, put these things back in the teapot and put the teapot on the mantelpiece.
But it's cracked.
So am I, so do it anyway. Come right in, Uncle Hugo. You too, Cousin Riley, you fool.
Very funny. Now, don't be silly, Riley. Well, accept your poor old uncle's blessing on this happy occasion.
I don't want your blessing, Uncle Hugo. You're a mean old man, and you killed all my fiancés.
Well, it appears that Mr. Curtins has already brought you a legacy. I believe I recognize your grandmother's strongbox. Mementos of a strange romantic chapter in the history of a great family, Mr. Spade. You, who have joined that family so unexpectedly, will have a privilege that even I was never granted.
Oh, how come?
My mother was a strange woman in some ways.
I'm sure she was.
I suppose we shall never know what prompted us to leave these personal oddments to Ella's mother, nor why my late sister chose to keep their contents a secret from me. I don't suppose I might be allowed to just a peek into that Pandora's box.
Go ahead, help yourself.
Really? Well, there's nothing but a photograph album and a bundle of letters.
Love letters, Uncle Hugo. They seem to run in your family. Would you like to read them?
You have no objection, Ella.
Me?
Why should she have? And I can give the whole story to you in a nutshell, Uncle Hugo. It seems that Grandma Comstock fell in love with a handsome rascal named Pinckney, a deserter from the Confederate Army, and eloped with him to New Orleans. The family pursued her there, had Pinckney arrested, got an annulment, and whisked her back home in time for her scheduled wedding to Ezra Comstock. These letters were written to her by Pinckney while he languished in prison awaiting court-martial. Here's the last one. Read it for yourself.
Oh. Lydia, my darling, in a few hours I face a firing squad. Please, no tears, no regrets. I'm glad that you are married to a man who is worthy of you. Comstock will be a better father for our child than I would ever have been. Farewell, my love. So that was it, secret. Nothing too extraordinary about that.
I think it's very tragic. Think of her married to a man she didn't love, about to have a child, and her lover facing a firing squad.
Nonsense. Sentimental nonsense.
Well, what do you know about such things?
I should know a little. After all, I was that child.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Hugo.
Ah, wow. Fine old piece of food.
What?
This teapot. I don't remember seeing this here before.
Just something I picked up in a junk shop.
It's a very rare piece. You mind if I look at the mark?
Go ahead.
Indeed. Genuine example. pity. Oh! Now, that was clumsy of me. Well, it's no good saving the pieces. I'll just toss them in the fire.
Wait a minute, Comstock. I'll take care of it.
Oh, it's no trouble. Well, what's this?
It's your birth certificate, Hugo.
That.
Oh, no.
What are you going to do with it?
Put it back where it came from.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Comstock. Spade, I'm going out of here, and I'm taking that strong box with me. And don't think I won't kill you to get it.
He will, Sam, just as he did the others.
And you too, if you don't shut your trap. Hand it over, Spade.
Sure. Come and get it.
Okay, let's have him.
There you are.
Charlie, what's wrong with you?
Oh, my foot is broken. Oh!
Sit down and rest it.
Oh!
Hold it, Comstock. I got the gun now.
Well, Spade, seems you've won the day. How does it feel to be a rich man?
You'll have to tell me, Comstock. The reports of my marriage to your niece are slightly exaggerated. That's about it, Sergeant. I'm sorry I can't furnish you with the forged papers Ella used to back up that phony story of her marriage to me. A fire broke out in a wastebasket, and I accidentally dropped them into it. As for Comstock and his Gunsel Riley, I will gladly press charges against them on the blackmail frame until homicide decides whether there's a case against him on the mysterious deaths of Ella's previous fiancé. Period. End of report.
But, Sam, why?
Why, what, Ed?
Did he want that old crack teapot?
Well, because grandmother's love letters plus the documents on that teapot prove that Hugo was not a Comstock, but a Pinckney, and hence not entitled to one red penny of the Comstock fortune, which was left, if you recall, to Grandpa's legitimate heir.
Well, who was? Entitled, I mean.
Ella. But if she never married, she'd never find out,
But
you
she
see.
doesn't deserve it.
Hmm?
After making a pigeon out of you the way she did.
I agree, sweetheart, but how else did she afford to pay my fee?
Well, I certainly hope you so,
I fully intend to. Go type that up while I falsify an expense account. No, still a couple of fingers in there. Break out another glass.
No, I meant the expense account.
Oh, that. Well, it was nothing much, just bus fare. Free breakfast in the Pokies? Nah.
Well, I took the liberty, Sam, of drawing up a statement. Did you look it over?
Yeah. New letterhead.
Well, it's only a sample I had done in.
Up?
Sending your approval. Do you?
Well, yes, very classy. I like the coat of arms, but I'm not quite sure about the motto.
Oh, but Sam, you are the greatest private detective of them all.
Well, you know, that's Effie.
And then, for an extra $100, we could have it printed in radiant ink.
In what?
Luminous ink, Sam. Signs in the dark.
Even as you and I.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you told the hospital.
Go home, all the same.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Steer. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.